Welcome back again to another episode of ThoughtRiotPodcast. My name is Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
And we have an awesome show tonight. This is our first show back from vacation, so we took off, was it 2 Fridays? I think it was, right?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I think so.
That's the nice thing about vacation. You lose track of all time. So, but yeah, we are back at it again.
With a great tan.
With a great tan. My back is way more tan than my face. I wore a hat the whole time. I don't like burnt faces, so.
Yeah, I wish I did. I burnt my scalp.
That's fun.
Yep.
Walk around looking like you have like lice or dandruff or...
Why'd you have to go that far?
That's the first thing I would think.
What,
like,
peely?
Like, say I'm sitting in a movie theater or something, and I see people sitting in front of me, and they got, like, white stuff in their hair. My very first thought would be, ugh, is that lice? I hope it's dandruff. All of it sucks, though.
Yeah, but, like, you can tell that my scalp is peeling because literally chunks the size of, like, a pea have been coming up. Like, straight up like a snake peeling.
Chunks the size of a pea.
They're big.
Ugh.
Like real big.
Whoa. Well, anyways,
you didn't need
getting
to know
back
that.
to it. This is Thought Riot Podcast, and one cool thing that we're able to announce is, you know, when we first started this thing, we came at it more at a variety podcast type show, and as we've been digging into some of our content, I feel like we've kind of been able to scale it down, you know, get a little bit tighter with what we're going to be talking about, and we are going to focus more on crime culture and current events. So heavy emphasis on crime. I think one of the things that we figured out over the last few months is as we're covering some of these true crime stories, I think those are some of our favorites. They're some of my favorites for sure. It's what gets me the most excited, especially with crazy cases like the Idaho 4 and everything. So yeah, hopefully that's something you guys want to see. It seems like that based on the views on our videos. So
absolutely,
which I'm super stoked about because the views that we're getting on the videos align with what my interests are. So, yeah, it's exciting.
It is. We're going to hone a little bit more in on crime. We still are going to come at things with the angle of the social impacts. Like, crime can cover a lot of subgenres, like social impacts, political things. Like, there's a lot wrapped into it, psychology, so much wrapped into crime and, you know, why these people chose to do this or how they became that way. And that is the interesting part of true crime to me. And I like getting into those things. And
that is for me.
The reason it's Thought Riot. You know, you take something and you use it as a seed and, you know, branch off of it.
No, absolutely. And I think that is like a perfect segue into the disclaimer here. You know, as we're talking about these things, and I know I've said it before, but we are not experts. We are not trying to take the position of an expert. And if you expect some of the information that we're giving you to be from an expert's point of view, sorry, but that's not it.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry. So, I think my favorite areas to focus on, too, are more of the social impacts and behavioral direction. My whole life, I've dealt with people on a first-hand basis in sales atmospheres and things like that, really high-intensity sales atmospheres. So I'm always interested in what makes people tick, you know, whether it's on a grand scale, like an entire city, or it's down to a single person and what caused this person to make these decisions, you know. And those are just my favorite areas to go, and I feel like you can really learn a lot and tell a lot from any given situation when you're able to focus on those things.
I agree with you entirely.
So, yes. Awesome. Well, we can get right into it.
Yeah, so starting off with something that is crime related, and I saw this pop up on like it's like a top headline right now. There's this woman, her name is Talitha. I am so sorry if I'm mispronouncing her name, but I believe it's Talitha Russell, and she went missing after calling 911 because she saw a toddler walking on the side of the road and stopped to help this toddler because it was alone. And then the police show up because she called 911, and she's nowhere to be found.
What?
Her car is there, and this is on the side of I-459 South.
Okay, is this California?
It says the Hoover. It's in Alabama.
Alabama. That's where I know it from. I've lived there. So okay. Yep. I know exactly where you're talking about. That's why that interstate sounded familiar.
Yep. So they found her vehicle with her belongings, her phone, like all of her stuff. Like she was abducted. Crazy.
Weird. Yeah, that's super weird. Okay, so I'm just sitting here thinking about it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Was the toddler bait? Did these people think that a certain kind of person will stop, most likely a woman, and most likely a certain type of woman? I don't know.
I don't know either, but
that's strange.
Yeah, this happened last Thursday. Around it was 9:34 at night. So she's like driving on the interstate 9:34 at night.
I mean, I would have stopped.
I would totally stop. I think a lot of people would stop if they see a toddler walking all by themselves
next to a road.
Interstate, yes,
yeah.
An interstate. Like that's super scary. That's a dangerous situation for that child. They have not said they have any leads or anything, but they have offered a reward of $25,000
if this person's found.
For information. Yep.
Oh
and
my gosh,
mother,
that is so strange.
Dude, I know, and shout out to her family.
Did she connect to the 911 call?
What do you mean?
So was it a situation where a 911 call was placed from her phone, or did she connect and was able to say, hey...
She spoke with them.
Okay, so she did speak with them.
Yes.
And she did let them know about the toddler.
Yeah, that's how they know, is because she called and said there's a toddler walking on the side of I-495 or 59, and I'm stopping to help them. Please come help,
Yeah.
And her mother reached out and said, like, they're trying to stay positive, and they're trusting in God, and they hope that she'll be brought home safely. So I do want to offer a description of her. She is a black woman. She's 5 feet 4 inches tall and was last seen wearing a black t-shirt, black pants, and white Nike shoes.
Yeah, so if you're in the Alabama area, keep a lookout. I mean, honestly, if you're anywhere, that description could match a lot of people. I get it. I understand that. But normally when you are able to see somebody that matches a certain description and they are actually that person, a lot of times you can tell if something weird's going on. So,
yep.
Yeah, that is wild, though.
If anybody watching this knows anything, call the Hoover Police. It looks like they're active on Facebook, but there will be a number that I'll post on the video. But I can't imagine. That's so insane.
Have they given any background of her?
No.
Is this common behavior? Is she, you know what I mean?
No.
I
mean, how could this be common behavior? Seeing a toddler walking on the side of the interstate.
No. Common behavior to go missing. There are people that I've met in my life that are, I guess I would classify them as like free birds, and it's not uncommon for them to go MIA for a week at a time.
I see
you know
what you're
I mean?
saying. I see what you're saying, but under the circumstances of making a 911 call about a toddler walking on the side of an interstate at night in the dark, and then her car and her phone and everything being left there, that doesn't indicate that at all.
No,
like not even a little bit for a free bird.
I understand that. I do. I get it. But I think in any situation that we're looking at, I think it's important to look into all aspects of any potential outcome here, okay? It could be, and I'm just making this up. I'm not saying that this could have happened with her, but let's say she called in with the toddler and realized, oh shoot, I have something illegal on me, or I don't know, there's like a lot of different directions that could go.
Yeah, but why would she leave her phone in her car?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just trying to come up with different.
She just took off running
possibilities.
with the toddler in hand.
I don't know. I have no clue.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear it was an abduction case. I'm just curious if it was a setup, like if it was the toddler
Baited.
being used as bait, because
she was just an innocent bystander and happened to get wrapped
Yep.
up into something that she shouldn't have. So
exactly.
Yeah. No, I get it. And positive thoughts going that way.
Yeah, shout
for
out
you.
to her family. I really hope that she's brought home safe to you. It's so scary.
Absolutely.
Like the kindness of your heart stopping to help a child, and then who knows what's going on right now. And
go missing yourself. Wow. Incredible.
And the child, that scares me for the child. Like, who is this child?
It sure does. Yes.
Whose child is this?
Yeah.
What are they doing there? Like, why are they now connected to this case of her going missing? Like, it sounds like trafficking.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it sounds like to me, is trafficking.
I have a possible trafficking story tonight, actually. So that's, best wishes in that situation.
I'm going to pay attention to this, and we'll update if any information comes out, and I hope that it does.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I have an interesting one here. Or actually, it got a lot more interesting. So when I started looking for like updates and things like that, some of the things that normally interest me are, space stuff, things that are going on in nature, things like that. Well, I saw in the beginning of June, Indonesia had like a crazy eruption of one of their volcanoes where it shot ash and lava and everything like 2 miles into the air, and it's not a populated place. It's a standalone volcano, and I'm gonna hack this. I already know I am, but Anak Krakatau volcano, and it's been active, and it's been active for years and years and years, but it had a pretty big eruption on June 9th, ended up erupting like 9 times or something like that, and it's still classified as being active. But as I'm looking into this, I'm like, wow, this is incredible. Or is it causing any other eruptions or anything like that? And then I roll upon just recently, just like 3 days ago, a volcano erupts in Reykjanes Peninsula in southwest Iceland, near to the capital of Reykjavik is the best that I could, whatever. So that was following an intense earthquake activity in the area. So then I'm like, whoa, I don't hear about eruptions very often. So I started digging more, I went down the eruption rabbit hole here. And right now, there are about 50 active volcanoes in the world. Did you know that?
I knew the number was higher than I would have thought it was. Like, I saw a number a long time ago that I was like, wow, active right now, but I didn't know that it was 50. Is that higher than normal?
I didn't get that far. With these just being the short updates that we cover, I am going to look into that. I didn't have time to look into that currently, but, I've said this a few times, but I grew up in Southern California. So, growing up, we hear and learned a lot about the Hawaiian Islands volcano, but we didn't learn too much of these other volcanoes. So when I saw that there are like up to 50 active volcanoes that could go off at any given time in the world, I was blown away. I had no idea. These are the types of things that are incredible because we get wrapped up in crime and local things that are going on with society and our culture and politics and everything. All those things I feel like make our world smaller. Anything that gets you like emotionally bought into these things, I feel like make our world smaller. And then we're able to look at situations like this where you're like, whoa, 50 active volcanoes. To me, that makes my world feel like much bigger.
Yeah.
You know? But I thought it was just incredible. I hope nobody is harmed by these volcanoes. I know the one in Indonesia is on a standalone island by itself, 0 population. They have warnings for that volcano that no travelers, locals, anything like that can get within 5 miles of it. So it sounds like pretty safe zone, you know. But the Iceland one, it sounds like everyone's okay there as well. But I just found that incredible. I thought that was amazing news.
I don't know if it's higher, like if it's higher than average or not or anything like that. I was just curious about that. But I did like Google it real quick, and it says there's actually more than 1,500 active volcanoes, but around 50 erupt every year.
So, yes, I think that's 1,500 potentially active volcanoes, but like
50 is the average.
50 of them are active to where they're spitting stuff out of them.
Right.
So I started reading that it's a classification of like a certain amount of lava or ash or whatever have to come out of them, and these are like erupting.
Well, something that I didn't know is that Iceland is like one of the most active with volcanoes in the entire world, because there's 82 volcanoes in Europe, but 32 of them are in Iceland.
Wow. That's
like there's so many volcanoes in Iceland.
I wonder why.
I don't know.
That's super strange.
Be the way the plates connect or something. It all gets pushed to that area.
Yeah, with this most recent eruption, it sounds like it came after an earthquake too. So, I'm assuming what you're saying there is correct, especially if following an earthquake you have a crazy eruption. So, I wonder how often new volcanoes are created.
Oh gosh.
I don't know. That'll be a topic we'll have to pick up another time.
Doesn't it take quite a long time for...
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if an earthquake could happen, which could open up, a hole to the magma layer that can create it. I don't know.
Don't they say Mount Everest is still growing? Like it grows a little
due to the plates pushing in and pushing the ground up. Yes.
Or
absolutely.
Are all the volcanoes created in like a violent clash? Like, is that how they're always created? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but that's
I don't know
really
either.
Interesting.
I thought it was interesting. Hopefully you guys think it's interesting. If you're watching this and you're an expert on volcanoes or know more than I do, which I'm sure most people do. I know very little about volcanoes. But let us know. Let us know your info, what you think.
Yeah, for sure.
What?
I was just going to say, I don't think that many people know that much about volcanoes. I think we have like an average knowledge on volcanoes.
I'm an optimist, okay? I just assume the best outcome in any situation. So I'm just assuming they know a lot about volcanoes, right?
High five for you for being an optimist.
Yes.
What? You have to do the clap. People
are
going to look and see
that's going to be like super loud in the mic.
They want to hear the clap. Now you're going to have to insert a soundbite of a clap.
There we go. That's the clap.
Okay. So, moving on, like you're talking about volcanoes. Well, I have something that's kind of weather related, and that is we have broke dozens of heat records like today. Friday,
really?
July 14th. There were tons of like heat advisories all over the country. And this weekend they're saying that like in Death Valley, it could reach 130 degrees.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty common though?
It says it's not. Which doesn't make sense to me. I was thinking that when I was reading it I thought Death Valley was like one of the hottest places in the United States, and it regularly goes over 100 degrees during the summer.
It regularly goes over 120. I'm pretty sure I have been there in Death Valley when it was over 120 degrees. So I know that I've been in Vegas when it was over 110 degrees. So, I don't know.
I think the last time I was in Las Vegas, which would have been... Oh my gosh, it makes me sound old, but like 8 years ago, that it was over 100 degrees.
Yeah.
But it says there's a heat dome over the southwest right now, and it's been baking there for about 2 weeks, and temperatures are going to spike over the weekend. And this is causing some problems, apparently. Like, they're just talking about climate change and how this is impacting everybody,
Sure.
and that it's becoming more intense and more frequent. And that leads me to another story, a headline that I saw, and that is this unrelenting heat is causing this small town in Arkansas to not have clean water. They're going on 3 weeks of no clean water.
What?
So it's Helena.
What does the heat have to do with clean
Helena?
water?
So it says it's in east central Arkansas. Helena, I guess, is the name of the town. It's set to hit 98 degrees, or it has been. It's been like almost 100 there. It's 70 miles south of Memphis. It has about 9,000 residents, and apparently, it says pipes at least 60 years old have been bursting in various parts of the city. And it came to a head on June 25th when the main water line broke, causing the operating system, the computer's operating system, to fail, and the whole town didn't have water. It says it left the community, which is 75% black, without water for 20 hours in 97-degree weather. So it's like almost 100 degrees there, and the whole town doesn't have water.
I would be super curious to know the science behind that, though. Like, how hot can the water really get when it's 100 degrees and for half the day? Remember, that's not at night. At night, that changes. Like, what is causing water pipes to break? What are their pipes made out of? Like, Jello?
They're 60 years old.
I get it. I understand it. But when I've worked on houses and stuff with 60-year-old pipes, those are some of the gnarliest, thickest pipes, like completely unreasonably heavy pipes, you know?
Yeah, but the wear and tear over time and rusting, because those old like metal pipes are known to like put lead in the water and have rust, and they're awful.
The new ones are concrete, so it's, I get it.
Yeah, so they're horrible. So there's going to be weak spots in them, and I'm assuming that's what happened. And I'm curious, too, how the heat would affect the pipes. If you know anything about that, let us know, because I'm sure a plumber would know.
Yeah.
Or anybody who has any experience in plumbing at all would understand how that works.
That's
do not.
awful.
But it is horrible.
They're without water, though. Regardless what caused the pipe to blow, that is a scary thought that any town could have one pipe break and they all be out of water.
It's like the main water line.
Yeah, but why wouldn't we have backups?
I agree.
A safety feature, like even a reduced size of a pipe of a safety feature. So like, okay, maybe you might not have the same kind of water pressure, but we can get you a trickle out so that you have drinking water. You know what I mean? Why are these things not thought of?
I agree with you, and it sounds like the infrastructure is lacking. It hasn't been updated in over a half of a century.
With how important water is.
With how important it is, that is scary
thought.
So since the end of June, they're on a boil water alert. So it sounds like they at least patched it up and got them water, but the water isn't clean.
Sure, you can't consume it.
Right, you have to boil it if you're going to drink it. And this kind of goes into people saying they feel like they're not getting a lot of help because it's a 75% black town.
Okay.
And they feel, and these problems are snowball effect because the town is a 75% black town, and that they're not updating those things, they're not taking care of it because of racism, essentially.
My first thought in hearing this, is systemic racism real? Absolutely. We've talked about it on here. We've talked about the differences in approval rates and the difference in APR at the banks for people of color. Like, we've proved that before on here. So if you're curious about that, I suggest you go watch some of our earlier videos where we talk about the banking system, things like that. But this doesn't feel racist to me, as much as it feels like classism, okay? Because most people don't know that the average cost of the homes in areas, the amount of the homes in the areas based on property taxes, the income levels and everything like that is going to help supply the city with the needs and financial requirements to
funding.
update these things regularly or stay on top of it. So I'm assuming that you don't have millionaires here. I have no idea what what that class is, but that's just what it sounds like to me. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because if it was a really high income area, millionaires would front the money to get this done.
Oh yeah, this wouldn't
right
even
away,
be a story.
dude.
It wouldn't be a story.
No.
So city officials said it would cost from $1 million to $100 million to repair this and give them the piping system they need to fix it and make sure it doesn't happen again. Well, the governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, issued a $100,000 loan.
Oh my gosh. So
it's not anywhere near what they need. They patched it up. It said the water returned, but it's not clean and the pressure is crappy, like you were saying. Like they found a way to get it, but there's not good pressure. Franklin, who is the mayor, is saying that he's been consumed with acquiring aid and has been reluctant to share his thoughts on it, but he can't help. Like, he's been pleading for aid from the state and federal authorities because this is a crisis.
It is a crisis, a health crisis.
He said it's little. Like, they've gotten little to no help. And he said he cannot help but believe the lack of support is because the community is the majority's black.
Yeah, no, I mean...
He can't help but let his mind go there because... Why are they not? This is a crisis.
If I was there in that situation and I had that going on, would I be bringing that up? Absolutely 100% with the systemic racism issues that we have in our nation still to this day. So I'm not saying that's not a valid point, okay? But when I hear like deteriorating pipes, not having the funding for situations like this, that just directly makes me think of classism. However... I'm saying that understanding that I just don't think that not fixing it is a direct link to racism. But in America, classism and racism tend to be one.
They go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand here with how our classes were built when the slaves were here, how our systems work here, organizations, things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Wild. They need water. It sounds like they would have been better off taking that $100,000 and buying $100,000 worth of bottled water and handing that out.
Agree with you 100%. Just giving everybody a bunch of water while they figure it out. Agree with you. I just want to say his statement because I think it's important. He said, in America, where people have the right to good quality drinking water, the federal government should be running aid to provide that. Instead, there's no sense of urgency for us. I mean, why would it be? We're black. There's no urgency until they want our vote, and that's what's happening here. What else are we left to think? And there's a resident of 31 years saying it's ridiculous. You see how you like it if you can't cook with the water at your home or take a shower or drink it. And the worst part about it is because we're black, we can't get excited about the problem being fixed anytime soon. Shoot, it's already been 3 weeks. And that's what is blowing my mind. It's been 3 weeks, and they don't know when it's going to be fixed.
Yeah, that's insane. So oh, man. Yeah. I think this is... a failure of state government. This is a failure of federal government, because in a situation where the state government doesn't have the funding or doesn't have the capability to make sure that their citizens are taken care of, then the federal government should be the one that's jumping in to help and fix this here.
And they're not.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they are. So, yeah, this is a shame, man. I think that this should be highlighted and talked about a lot because, a city, you could have anywhere from...
9,000 people.
Okay, 9,000 people. That's where I was going with it. That's a large amount of people.
Without
God,
water.
I'm blown away. I am blown away here. That makes me want to dig in more to find out what the like city statements are and things like that are going on here, because that's just insane. They don't have some
that was the mayor
funding system created to help pay for this, because I'm sure Americans would bond together and put forth what they can to make sure people have water. Like, water is the most important thing for any human out there.
I know. I feel like somebody should start a GoFundMe for this freaking town.
Yeah.
Like, if the federal government's not going to take care of it, then this should...
A trustworthy, like, human rights group, start a GoFundMe. Start it.
Absolutely. And I can look it up, and later in editing, maybe we could put it up if there is one.
Yeah.
I would hope there's already one.
Yeah.
But, I just thought this was really awful. Like, I honestly can't imagine my home being without water and it going on 3 weeks, and they're like, you have to boil your water. And, you know, people have kids and stuff. Like, they can't bathe and clean water.
And how many kids could
it.
Maybe drink from a faucet without their parent knowing, because it's habit? That's a scary, scary thought. So, yep, that's wild. And what's even crazier is the number that I'm about to tell you right here. So the Biden administration announced Friday that 804,000 borrowers will have their student debt wiped away, totaling $39 billion with a B. $39 billion worth of debt in the coming weeks due to fixes that more accurately count qualified monthly payments under existing income-driven repayment plans. That's incredible.
That's insane.
Yeah, that is
go Biden.
Incredible. I think that any major system that could help our country should be undertaken and carried and assisted and helped more anyways. So like continued education, like doctors and lawyers, blue-collar jobs, white-collar jobs, medical professionals, all of this. I feel like our federal government should be doing more already for these people.
You know how many countries it's free to get continuing education?
I do. Yep, I do.
Why is it not free to learn to be a doctor? It's the highest. It costs the highest. Now, granted, doctors, many of them get paid a lot.
It could be why the U.S. has a lower average IQ level, too, than the rest of the world. You know, we have an overabundance of people. We have, obviously, the best military in the world. We have a lot of systems that are really great in comparison to the rest of the world. But continued education and financial security for your citizens is not something we have locked down here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think when it comes to IQ, you know, I don't think it's just something like you're born that way and that's your IQ. I think it can be increased or decreased by like how much you are challenged and your brain is nourished when you're little. I think you could have a lower IQ from, say you're a child and you get a brain injury, or your parents are not, like they never went to school, and say they're like, not very smart, and you're not challenged anyway. Your brain isn't exercised. It's a muscle. It's not exercised.
Science shows otherwise. So IQ is not able to be adjusted during somebody's age other than an outside situation like damaging, an injury to your head. Excuse me.
Yeah,
or
but
whatever.
Multi-generational?
That is what I was going to say. So a lot of times we see an average population IQ increase when you have multiple generations of continued education. It's almost like that additional education and learning gets invested into DNA somehow, gets passed on, and the next person starts with just a little bit, tiny bit of baby gap ahead of average, right? And then they continue that education, and the next person is just a little sliver higher, and then over generations you're able to see that increased level of IQ. So, yeah, I think there are things we could do to be way better. There's going to come a time where almost all of our population is going to be ran on the intelligence of these systems like AI and creating better and more functioning systems to gather energy, sun energy, Dyson sphere type stuff, you know what I mean? Aircraft, all of those things. And we need to continue growing our intelligence, our IQ level. I think it's super important.
Well,
So I'm glad this is going on. But to be fair, I think we should create a system where this shouldn't have to be forgiven anyways.
Agreed with you.
You know, even if it's, look, we care so much about our students that the federal government is always going to pay for half of it. That's still something, okay? That's still something. Regardless of what your family income level is, we're going to help pay half always because we're investing in our citizens.
Yeah, I just think continuing education and medical care should be free.
I hear you. I'm
But
just thinking
understand that's
realistic
not-
baby steps.
Yeah, I understand that. But did any of the countries who made it free, was it always free? Or did they pass a law where it was free? Or did they have baby steps?
I don't know. I mean, that would be a really great thing to look into. But I just know most things need baby steps because what a lot of people don't take into account is where that money's going to come from.
Yeah.
And because it's such a large amount of money to cover all these things, like, look, $39 billion. That is an insane amount of money, you know? That has to come from somewhere. There's not just endless money in the government. It's, okay, well, we need this $40 billion, so we need to take it from bap, and then, you know what I mean, and refigure our finances. So I'm just glad this happened. I'm glad this happened.
Me too.
Especially with COVID that happened, especially with inflation that's going on, especially with all these factors that are making people really worried about their finances. To have something phenomenal come out like this, where we are assisting 804,000 borrowers with a total of $39 billion, that's important. That's something.
I agree. I have family members who have went on into their 40s, 50s, still paying off college debt.
Yep.
And that,
Not
and they
surprising.
They were not poor either. Like, they were above, like, upper middle class.
Sure.
And still paying it off into their 50s.
Sure. No, I get it.
Insane.
It's scary. It's a scary situation. Yeah.
That just shouldn't be happening, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
But moving on. So,
Want to know how to make any salad a Caesar salad?
not really.
You just stab it 23 times.
Okay, Brutus.
I love Caesar salad.
Okay, Brutus.
So I thought I would share the knowledge.
That's a wonderful factoid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, 2 days from now, so July 16th, will mark 78 years since the first nuclear bomb test, since the beginning of the atomic age that we currently are living and residing in.
Wow.
And there's a new film coming out. I'm talking about this because there's a new film coming out called Oppenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the name of the man who, like, conducted this test. His name was Robert Oppenheimer.
I've heard about this. I've read about this. How scary it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently when they were talking about testing this, they literally thought it could destroy the world.
Yes, they
were
thought
like,
it could create a black hole
Yeah.
and suck the entire universe into it.
Yeah.
I know.
They were like, "What? There's so many things that could go wrong that the test would fail." Like, but they just did it anyway.
So
They thought they could destroy the whole planet
Dude,
and literally just did it anyway.
It's the same thing with the colliding atoms. You know that system that they have in Europe or whatever, where it's like 17 miles worth of pipe and they collide these atoms that make these little tiny black holes.
The Hydrogen Collider?
Yeah, and they're able to measure the black matter with that.
Yeah.
Well, when they were first starting that, It was the same thing. They had no idea, because it does create tiny black holes.
Yeah.
It does, but they had no idea if that tiny black hole would all of a sudden be sustainable and then grow. What?
Then why are you doing it?
So scary.
Yeah.
So scary.
So,
Oh my God.
I know, it's super scary. So, like I said, it was July 16th, 1945, when it was a plutonium implosion device was tested at a site located 210 miles south of Los Alamos, Texas.
Yep.
And the code name for the test was Trinity, and this was top secret until after Hiroshima, because 3 weeks later is when they dropped it on Hiroshima and the Japanese surrendered.
I know.
But when they dropped it, okay, so it was at 5:30 a.m., they drop it on the desert, and it says 18.6 kilotons of power instantly vaporized the tower that it was on and turned the surrounding sand and asphalt into glass, green glass called trinite. And it was like a sunrise. There was a pilot actually going by and said he saw it, and it looked like the sun rising from the south.
Yeah.
Like, there's numerous accounts. There's a forest ranger who talked about the blast. And imagine just going about your normal everyday life, and suddenly there's like a nuclear sunrise, and you don't even know what that is.
I know.
You don't even know what that is.
I know. It's crazy. And did you know, too, that... the atom bomb, the government was presented two potential plans to move forward, okay? Because this was a time of war. There were multiple wars going on over and over and over again. They had the Tesla plan, and they had the Einstein's plan, okay? And Einstein's plan was to create an atomic bomb. He believed that he could split it, and it would, it's an aggressive plan, when Tesla's plan was a defensive plan where he was able to create a force field around the U.S., putting towers at like one every 15 miles or something like that, so that the U.S. could never be attacked.
Like a literal bubble.
Yeah, it would have created a literal bubble around the U.S.
Ooh, like Wakanda, like their defensive bubble.
Yes, correct. And the federal government decided to go with the atom bomb, in which we now live in an age where every day we're worried about the world's political leaders and making them mad enough to push their big red button. It's insane.
Oh my gosh. I know this is going way down the like rabbit hole conspiracy crazy train, okay? Crazy
Tin
train.
hat.
If you want to jump on the crazy train, keep listening. But I just thought, you know how Tesla talked about it was like his inventions were being beamed into his mind, like he would just think of them and he would know exactly what to do. What if we really are an alien experiment or in some kind of simulation, and we are like some kind of experiment, and they randomly do that to people? That's why we have these random geniuses like Tesla, and they're like, we're going to give Tesla the idea for defense, not destroying the planet, but defense. And we're going to give Einstein the idea of the atomic bomb, and we're going to see which one humanity decides to go with.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, there's no way to prove it, but yeah.
That's why I said it's a conspiracy crazy train. Like,
it is.
I just thought of that.
It is totally like, tin hat possible, but yeah.
Like, or, I don't know, because I do think humans, like, we have this cycle of civilizations rising and falling, even in our recorded history, but I think they could predate that. And they talk about, like, how Mars seems like it has nuclear fallout and stuff. Like, some scientists have said that.
Sure.
It just makes me wonder, like, you know?
Absolutely.
You don't know what you don't know. But, interesting. Very interesting. There's now a monument made of black lava rock where that is. And it's in the White Sands missile range. Like, it's owned by the Department of Defense, but now they have a monument there.
Yeah. I think I've seen pictures of that monument, and I know that the atom bomb test literally blew everyone away. Like, they had no idea what it was going to do, and they had all these setup scenes around it that were like, one of them was like a football field away, another one was like 5 football fields away, another one, and I'm making these lengths up, another one was like a mile away, and then another one was like 5 miles away.
To see what happened to them?
It vaporized everything, literally everything that they had set up, to the point where like jaws hit the floor. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it literally looked like a sunrise. I mean, it was enormous. And okay, so I said that the ground turned to glass, like at ground zero, but the earth also sank 9 feet.
Yeah, I know.
That's a lot.
I don't think people understand the capability of these nuclear bombs, okay? And we have nuclear bombs, and the Russians have blown up nuclear bombs that are by far bigger than that even. I forget what the biggest nuclear blast ever blown up was. I think it was like 50-something megatons or whatever it was. It doesn't even matter, but it was massive.
Yeah, these weapons just shouldn't exist.
There's
never a need for them. There will never, ever be a justified reason for using something that literally scars the planet and makes it inhabitable wherever it falls out. And not even that, it goes in the atmosphere, like Hiroshima, Chernobyl. All those events are forever. We're breathing it in. It is a part of us biologically now, and the entire earth. They should not exist.
I agree.
Everybody in the entire world should put them aside, or fucking shoot them off into a planet somewhere and be done with it.
Yeah.
They shouldn't exist.
Yep, I agree. I think nuclear power is amazing, and we should be using it to benefit society, but not in a harmful way like that. So, this one's crazy, okay? I am so blown away by this story. A little bit of a disclaimer, just because the topic we're going to be talking about, SA here, assault. But have you seen anything on Italy's recent outcome of the case around the SA situation between the janitor and the student?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't even heard of that.
It makes me feel like Italy is in an awful situation socially. So, and this just sent me down a rabbit hole where I didn't even end up focusing on this story that long, because I started looking into other ones that were going on. Okay. Quick breakdown what happened, okay? So there were students at a school, and there was a janitor, and this janitor put his hands against the will of the student on her. There's 2 different stories here, but below the waist and above the knees, okay? So that's confirmed 100% on both sides. Touched her, and
private area?
He says no, she says yes, so it doesn't matter, in my opinion.
Front or back? You don't know, and it doesn't matter?
Okay. It literally doesn't matter. So it was unwanted, she wasn't okay with it, and he did it without having any sort of approval or anything, okay? I think his statement that he made was that he was trying to pull up her pants or something like that, and she said that she was groped, and what is insane here, okay, so for me at least, it doesn't matter if he touched her thigh. It doesn't matter if he touched her butt. It doesn't matter if he touched her private area. All of that is assault if it's unwanted.
Well, and the fact that no janitor should ever be touching a student whatsoever.
I agree.
It's a student. This is a child.
It's assault regardless, period, point blank. It is assault regardless, okay? Well, the janitor gets let off.
Why?
Because Italy sees things super wild, and they said there were a couple excuses in there where the defense said, well, this guy is less than 1 year away from retiring. He's never had anything brought against him before. In my opinion, none of those matter. It doesn't matter. He touched a student against their will in an area that made that student feel like they were assaulted, okay? Like, that's a problem. He should be held accountable for that. And it's under your chair. So I start looking into some of the other things, okay? And you know that Italy has what's called a jeans ruling?
What the heck does that mean?
It means that SA can't happen to a woman who's in jeans covered.
What?
Right?
You can't be groped through jeans?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
the reason why
that
they
goes
let him
against
off,
my whole life of, like, high school.
I agree.
I mean, high school, we did everything through jeans.
And I feel like this shouldn't even have the ability to be argued. It's so absurd here that you can't SA somebody through jeans like that. I feel like Italy's getting confused the R word with SA.
Yeah, SA is anything that is assault that is sexual.
Based assault, okay? Touching another person, period. That's what it is. If it's unwarranted and in a private area, that's assault. Like, no questions about it. That's exactly what it is. And so they have this jeans ruling. They also gave some examples of other situations where a guy assaulted a girl, okay, at a party, and the guy got let off because the court felt like the girl leaving the bathroom door open was an invitation.
So he R-worded?
It didn't say that. It just said SA. I have no idea what that means, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It does not matter.
No, leaving the door open is never an invitation.
She clearly said that it was uninvited. Okay? So why did he start touching her?
She's at a party. She could be intoxicated. She runs in the bathroom to pee, forgets to shut the door, and suddenly that's him getting let off for assaulting her?
Right.
Because it was supposedly an invitation?
Yeah. And so the going back to the original story here, the jury let this guy off. I know I gave the excuses of his defense. They said because, get this, and this is what is blowing up online, because she was wearing jeans, it was outside in front of other students, and he only touched her for a handful of seconds. So there's all these videos of online going wild right now of people like touching their private areas through their clothes for under 10 seconds and saying, "Oh, that's not SA."
Okay.
It is.
Okay, what if somebody goes up to the courthouse, stands there in jeans, and visibly stimulates themselves for 10 seconds?
Listen,
are they going to say that's not indecency?
Based on what we're seeing here, yes. So,
I think everybody should go up there and protest by stimulating themselves in front of all of these jury members and court officials.
Right. So basically what Italy is saying is that men can walk up to women in public, grope them any way they want as long as it's not longer than 10 seconds.
And they're wearing jeans and it's in front of people.
It doesn't even have to include that. As long as it's under 10 seconds, it's not assault. That's crazy.
What is going on in Italy? I didn't think they were that backwards. Like, I get the Catholic churches in that vicinity, but I did not think their overall society was that backwards.
That's insane. It is everyone says insane.
You know how everyone says the U.S. is a R-word culture? That sounds like an R-word culture.
I mean, the U.S. is. But yes, that sounds like it too. It sounds like they're sticking up for people, or at least giving too much leniency in situations where it's not okay.
Yeah.
No way. I think that if you touch someone at all and the person doing the touching is intentional, if it's a tap, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's unwarranted and it's not an accident. Obviously, I'm not talking about trying to get by somebody and you bump into each other. That's obvious. I feel like I shouldn't even need to say that. I feel like, all of our viewers who watch us are smart people and understand that that's not what they're meaning here. Somebody that's going out of their way to touch another person unwarranted, obviously.
Do they say, so this isn't in a college, right? This is a child?
No, this is a college.
Oh, it's a college.
It's a college.
So it's an adult.
It's an adult. Does that make a
Okay.
difference?
It does.
No,
because
it does not. Not for an essay, it does not.
No.
Now, if you're trying to bring up that this was a pedophilic action, sure, but that's separate.
No.
That's something completely different.
Okay, no. The reason it makes a difference is because the consent thing doesn't even matter when it's a child because the child can't give consent.
Yeah, and that doesn't even matter at all, though.
I mean,
For
it
me-
does, because if an 8-year-old said,
No.
"Oh yeah, I said he could touch my butt,"
Yeah, but that's going off topic. It doesn't matter if you touch intentionally somebody that's of any age. It doesn't matter. It's assault. It's assault.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
So consent
Okay,
shouldn't even be brought
whatever.
into it because this is an unconsented situation.
yeah, I just wanted to know if they were a child or an adult, because I think the fact that it's a student and a staff member, it's even double shocking for me because that's so inappropriate.
Not me.
For
It doesn't
a
change it for
janitor
me.
to touch a student
It-
at all.
I'm not comfortable giving it any additional weight because it's all not okay. All
yeah,
of it
I
equally.
agree.
Whether it's out in public, whether it's in a school, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a student, whether it's a babysitter, whether it's same sex, whether it's none of that matters. If it is not consented to allow somebody to touch you, then it is assault.
No,
Plain and
I
simple.
agree with you.
For 1 second, for a half of a second, for a single millisecond, it is assault.
Agreed, but you have to admit, in certain situations, things can get muddy with, oh, it was unwanted, but I didn't say it was unwanted, or say it's two peers.
Look, no, I don't think so. I think that nobody should touch another person unless that person says it's okay or is giving very enthusiastic consent, coming together with you.
Yeah, but I believe in situational awareness and judging every situation on the context that surrounds it.
Yeah, I just can't
That's
think of a
why
single
we have
situation
trials.
why it would be questionable. I just don't think so.
No, I think this situation under any circumstances would be assault.
Yeah, I just think anybody touching another person where it's unwarranted and you haven't been given verbal consent or enthusiastic physical consent and a response of the same type back, it's assault, man.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
side
not
with
saying anything
everybody.
that's contrary to that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is that I feel like you're bringing up situations that could make some of these situations seem worse than others, and I don't see it that way. They are all at a 10 out of 10 bad. It doesn't matter what any of these details are. If somebody touches another person against their will, it is a 10 out of 10 bad. I don't care how old you are. I don't care. None of that matters to me. It's assault.
Okay.
Period. So, that's just how I feel about it. This essay is super important to me, as it is to you, I'm sure. And this is just unacceptable, uncalled for, and I'm shocked that we have a very forward-thinking country out there in the world that this even got through court in this way. This is insane.
Who said they were forward thinking, though?
I mean, it's Italy. Italy has some of the best health care out there, and they care for their people. They are not a third world country, so they're part of the forward thinking world. So, and especially when it comes to sex and bodily openness and things like that, they're very forward thinking in that way. And normally you would think in a situation where sex isn't behind closed doors and only done and talked about in dark hallways and not open conversation
Shamed.
about it, and shamed, you would have a very deep understanding of consent socially. That's what I would expect from Italy, you know?
I second that. I am surprised by that.
Yeah, this is a shame, and I just hope this kind of thinking doesn't spread to other areas or other countries that are nearby, because this is just not acceptable.
I'm curious if this is new ideas, like new ideas in society, or if these are old.
I think it's very possible that it's a response from the Me Too movement. You know, the Me Too movement went worldwide. It wasn't just a U.S. thing. It was a worldwide thing. It could be a response to that. That's why I say all the time that feminism was not a positive thing. It was not a positive thing. I think that the positive things that came out of it could have been gained a positive way, not the negative way that they were gained. So, and their life is a pendulum, and there's multiple different pendulums for multiple different topics, and whatever. And this is one of those where that pendulum has to swing back from a very far.
The farther you go, the harder it's going to come back the other way.
Absolutely. And this is an acceptable pendulum swing, unacceptable completely. So, yeah.
So, I guess we should move on to topics, because it's starting to bleed into our topic time. We've talked about that a long time.
Yeah.
But it's horrific.
It's important.
It's totally terrible.
This was almost one of my stories.
Totally terrible.
Yeah. I wanted this to be one of the stories tonight, but it was just so important to cover it that I figured I'd just talk about it on here. So
yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been a topic. But.
Yeah.
So moving on, I'm debating which one I should even cover first. We'll make a sandwich, a crime sandwich. Crime on top, social thing in the middle, crime at the bottom. So I want to talk about the viral sensation going on online right now. And have you heard of Alexee is her name Trevizo? For I don't even know how to say her last name. We're just going to call her
with it.
Alexee Trevizo, okay? I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. She is the teenage girl who threw her baby away in a hospital trash can. Have you heard anything about that?
No.
So while we were on vacation...
Disgusting, though. Is that real?
It is real, 100% real.
Oh, my God.
So while we were on vacation, I saw it blowing up. Like, I randomly checked my phone, and it was blowing up online, and I knew I had to cover it when we came back, because it is horrible. And I have so many questions, okay? So, Alexee is a 19-year-old cheerleader, part of the choir, honor student. I think her lawyer...
Oh, man, I can already tell you this is a shame.
Her lawyer said she had a 3.8 GPA, was committed to going to is committed to going to New Mexico State University. She has not a single infraction on her school record, a traffic ticket, criminal history, nothing. Nothing. Literally like a perfect child, a little angel.
Which makes this less surprising for me.
Agreed.
This is the shame that the U.S. is known for, that we have been talking about and worried is coming back because of how society is going around sex.
We're going to get more to our questions and opinions at the end. Let's talk about what happened. So, it's January 26th, earlier this year, 2023, and it's late at night, and she's trying to go to bed. Okay, Alexee's trying to go to bed, but she has horrible back pain. She's having really bad lower back pain. Any position she tries to get in, it won't go away. So she goes and tells her mom, and, her mom tries to help her. Nothing's working, so they go to the ER.
Okay.
They go to the ER, and this is her second trip, apparently, in the past couple months. Like, it's been a couple months, and this is the second time for back pain. She tells the doctor that she's at a 10 out of 10 in pain. And the doctor says she's really fidgety and won't let her touch her. She will not allow the doctor to, like, feel around or touch her in any way. Like, normally when you go to a doctor and you're having pain or something, they want to look at it, they want to touch it. She will not let them. So
that's how they gauge how bad things are.
Yes.
Like, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, they, you know, she's a young woman. She's of the age where she could be having sex. And
Sure.
when you go to the ER, they always do a pregnancy test and ask you if you could be pregnant. I mean, anytime you go to the doctor for a woman, they ask you that, or a female. So they ask her and she says, no, there's no way I'm pregnant. And I'm a virgin. And take birth control.
Wait, what?
Okay, that is not a rise for concern because
No,
you can take
that's not a
birth
rise
control
for concern. I know.
for periods.
I get it, but that is still a flag to dig deeper.
Yeah, for sure. So
Because my first question would be, okay, then what do you take the birth control for? And
Yeah.
if she says, well, what do you mean? Of course, it's birth control. Okay.
Okay, well, so she says there's no chance of her being pregnant. Her mom says her period's always consistent, and she's a virgin. They do a strip pregnancy test, a urine pregnancy test. It's positive. So.
But I think as long as you're older than like 14, they don't tell her mom directly, right? I think, depending on the state,
18,
maybe?
18, was she 18 at the time? I think maybe she had a birthday or something, because she's 19 now. But they tell her mother and her, because her mother's in the room, and let me tell you, the dynamic between her and her mother is very strange, because looking at the way they're speaking to each other, it does not seem like this person is an adult. It seems like she's literally 15. Her mom treats her like she is a minor. And they remind them all many times that she's an adult and of age and don't need her consent. Like, that she's an adult. Like, we don't need you for anything. She's an adult. This has been told to her mom numerous times. But anyway, they tell her, and her mom's super upset and is like, why didn't you tell me? You're supposed to come to me first.
Fair.
And
But depending on what that dynamic is and how she's been handled and taught about sex and everything else that comes with that, I mean...
This is why I have so many questions, okay? Because I agree with you. It definitely seems off when they're saying that. But anyway, they go on to treat her, and they order a blood test. Okay. So they're like, she's still claiming very consistently and aggressively that she's a virgin and that she can't be pregnant, even after they say your urine test was positive.
Okay.
And that she's never had sex. There's no way. So I guess she's like the Virgin Mary over here. But anyway, they order the blood test, and they decide to treat her for her pain, and they give her morphine and like Zofran and like for nausea and some other things. And then it's around 1:38 a.m., I think, and she suddenly says she has to go to the bathroom, and like urgently. We literally have footage, security camera footage of the hospital of her running down the hallway, holding her butt, like full on gripping her butt, running down the hallway to the bathroom. And she is in there for 20 minutes. Her mom goes and checks on her and is like, hey, like, what's going on? Are you okay? And she's like, oh, my stomach hurts, whatever. And then her mom goes back. Her mom checks on her twice. Nurses numerous times go up to the door, knock on it, say, you doing okay? Well, it gets to the point where she's not responding, and they hear toilet flush, paper towel dispenser, and then like a pause, and then toilet flush, paper towel dispenser. Like, it's like this pattern of constant flushing, constant paper towels, and the sink running and stuff. And it gets to the 20-minute mark, and they're like, we got to figure out what's going on in this bathroom. So they run in, they're knocking, the nurse is knocking. There's another nurse going to get keys, and they're about to open the door. And suddenly she opens the door, and they said she looked dazed. Like she didn't seem quite right. And they're like, what's going on? And she's like, I just had my period. And then she walks out, and the nurse sees the bathroom, and it is covered in blood. There's blood everywhere. Over the walls, like it had been spurted. Like someone had literally cut open a vein and it squirted. It's on the walls, it's on the floor, it's on the toilet, it's on the sink, it's on everything. And they said it did kind of look like she had tried to like clean it up a little bit, and it's smeared.
Clearly no one taught her anything. You can't birth a child on your own. There's an afterbirth. There's cutting the cord. There's making sure everything's clean and taken care of for you to be able to heal.
Right, like the placenta has to fully come out. If there's any fragment of the placenta in you, you can get an infection and die.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm just thinking, not even taking into account the child. I'm just thinking what she could be thinking personally. Yeah. Like, that's not something you can ever do by yourself.
You shouldn't be. You should be getting checked by a medical professional.
Should. You have to.
You have to.
Period.
For your own personal health.
Need.
And the baby. Like, the baby's super important. But yes, you're right. So, apparently, the blood is thick. Like, it's viscous. It's thick blood. So it was a lot. They said it even smelled of blood, like it was pungent.
Smelled like birth.
Yeah, and if you have never had a child or have been in the room when someone else is having a child, it's a smell.
There's
like
just
it's a very human
smell.
It's not nasty. It's like a very human smell. So the nurse, asked what happened. She said she had a period, and they're thinking she just had a miscarriage. And I'm thinking in my head, dude, I know tons of people who've had miscarriages. I've never personally had one. It just all went in the toilet. Like, there was not blood squirted on walls. That still doesn't make sense to me. And I'm a little concerned why they did not search the bathroom, because that would have been my thought. This woman's hiding a pregnancy from her mother. And it looks like a massacre just happened in here, but she has no injuries. That is not just a miscarriage. That is my first thought. Is it not yours? Like, that doesn't seem like that's possible for you to have a miscarriage and get blood squirted all over the walls.
Yeah,
How would that happen?
I don't think most people would go to the worst case possible outcome in real life. It's really easy to not be in a scenario and jump to the worst case. But then when, life is much different in person than it is separated from the situation, thinking on it as an outsider. When you're in person, we tend to be more optimistic. Humans do. People do. We tend to be more optimistic in real life in person. So I don't know what I would do. I would probably be shocked, and I probably wouldn't be able to put all the pieces together at first. I would be like, oh my God, are you okay? Because you have a living person in front of you. Their focus could have just been her. You know what I mean? Like, are you okay? Are you sure? Are this, or that, or whatever? And I'm sure it would come around where they're like, wait, something is that just on the roof, on the walls?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
It's super weird. But another weird thing is during this entire thing, she is never emotional in any way.
I mean,
she is
okay. You gotta remember she's on morphine. Okay,
true. But the only emotion that she ever displays during any of this whole situation, even after all of this and going on, is fear. Even way after. Yeah, it's only fear.
Sure.
It's never sadness. It's never like upset. She's like sitting there meek the whole time, like quiet and scared. So anyway, let's continue a little bit.
Well, just in line with that thought, though. So anybody that's been involved with a pregnancy, whether it's a guy, a parent, a close friend, your own, whatever, when you're pregnant, things can go they always go crazy. They always go wonky. The amount of hormones that are running through people. We've seen women go completely crazy, disconnected, feel like the baby is not even part of them. But then you also see people who are like over the top, too happy to be pregnant. You know what I mean? So, like, what you're saying doesn't shock me. It's not like I look at the situation and expect to see some kind of emotional connection. You have a kid who doesn't have a fully formed frontal lobe, and clearly a parent that has something some kind of weird bond going on with her kid where she's not letting her kid be an adult and hasn't helped her separate and split from her. And clearly you have a kid who doesn't have any knowledge of pregnancy. Otherwise she wouldn't have done that, because she's not only risking the life of a child, but she's risking her own.
Yeah, I think she did have knowledge, but let's get into more of that analysis after this. I think she would have if she wanted to hide it really badly.
What, play Russian roulette?
Yeah.
With her own self?
Yeah, but I think if you, say, pull out a placenta and you see that it looks intact, like, you may not be freaking out, or she may be thinking,
18-year-old?
well, maybe it can just come out, like, on its own eventually, which they can. So, anyway, she goes back in the room. She leaves bloody footprints down the hallway behind her, because that's how much blood was in the bathroom. And the doctor, comes in and is like, oh my God, like, are you okay? We need to do a vaginal exam, like, trying to take care of her, concerned of her health. Her mom, is like, why didn't you tell me still? And scolding her. And she's literally still claiming, because they don't have confirmation of the baby yet, that she's a virgin. She's still holding on to that, no, I'm not pregnant. I didn't have a miscarriage. I'm a virgin. So the doctor is concerned of her health, wants to do a vaginal exam to see what's going on. Blood is literally running down her legs and puddling on the floor next to the exam table.
5150-er. That's what they need to do.
And they start suctioning away the blood and trying to clean it up and call the house cleaning lady like, hey, we got a room covered in blood. The bathroom's covered in blood. We need you to come clean it up because it's a biohazard and it's going down the hall. So she comes. Apparently another nurse that wasn't directly involved, heard of the incident and walked by the bathroom to see and saw it and was so shocked by it and the smell and all of it that she took pictures and later turned them into the police. Now those are secret, like we're not allowed to see them. They're not posted online. But I thought that was an interesting account. They have actually released all of the nurses, like the interviews with all the staff. Like you can go watch them on YouTube. I won't be playing them here, but maybe later on if we look into it more, we can watch it on live stream. Maybe. But anyway, so she starts mopping up the bloody footprints in the hallway and then moves to the bathroom and starts cleaning all of that up. She picks up the trash can to set it outside to change it later and notices it's a bit heavy. Like, the trash can feels heavier than normal. Like, you go to pick something up and you expect it to be one weight. Like, it's just a bunch of paper towels, so you expect it to be super light. But it's like, she notices it's heavy. She sets it outside the bathroom. She finishes up what she's doing and then goes to change the trash and sees something in the bottom. And it is the baby. And she said it was blue. And she screamed for nurses. Like, this is super traumatic for all of them. You see that in the interviews, that all of the staff there, especially the housekeeper who found it, it was very upsetting.
Absolutely.
Like, super
That's a
upsetting.
Human being, dude, that, like, she birthed it.
Yeah. So they immediately, they go and rush and get the doctor out of her room. The doctor's in there, helping her, and they're like, come out here. And they keep it a secret from her that they know what's going on. And they're like, the baby's in the trash, and the doctor runs, and they are like, get it in trauma 2 now. And they go in there to try to save it, and they can't. It's blue. It's dead and been dead. Like, it's been sitting there for a minute. So that's just horrible. But apparently the nurse said when she picked it up that the bag was suctioned to the face, like it had,
my
like when
gosh.
someone suffocates with a bag over their head, if you've seen on a TV show, like it was sucked to the baby's face.
Oh my
Which is
gosh.
important. I know that is horrific to think about, and trigger warning for that. I should have said it before, but that's important.
It is important
to determine if the baby was alive before it was put in the bag.
No, you're right. You're right.
So,
but they would be able to tell that anyways. They would be able to tell if there's oxygen in the baby's lungs.
Yes, you're right. They can tell that. So they try to save it. It's cold to the touch. It's blue. They said there was still mucus and blood on it, and the umbilical cord was frayed. Like it was still attached. It was still attached to the belly of the baby, but then the other end that would have been attached to the placenta, the mother, was frayed like string cheese. Like it had been ripped and torn. And I watched some of the interviews, and the police were like, "What do you think she did with the placenta?" Like, because when they go on to further examine her, they're like, there is no placenta left in her. She got it all out by herself, and ripped the umbilical cord in half or chewed it or something. Like, she somehow, without scissors or a clamp, cut that thing, ripped it, something. But yeah, they think, I heard one of the nurses thinking maybe she was ripping the placenta in pieces and stuffing it in the toilet and flushing it, and that's what all that noise was her flushing pieces of her placenta.
That is so gnarly.
Yeah, so it is, and thinking of like a young woman who's never given birth before doing all that by herself in the bathroom in 20 minutes, pushing a baby out and doing all of that in 20 minutes, like...
Unfortunately, she has to be held accountable for this, man.
Absolutely she does. And so they keep it a secret from her. They lock down the entire hospital and don't let anybody in or out, and they're like, we can't tell her until the police get here. So they call the police come, the nurses inform them that it is a full-term baby. This baby was full-term, 9 months. And they go in the room, the doctor, a nurse, and a police officer, and say, hey, we discovered a dead baby in the bathroom. And I want to read you the conversation that happened after they said that. The mom says, she goes, oh my gosh. You know, like, and she's got real emotion there. Like, she's like, whoa. And Alexee's like, I'm sorry. He came out of me and I didn't know what to do. That was her response. And her mom was like, and her name is Rosa, said, Alexee, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth. And then the mom stands up and is like pressing her hands to her head and is like, oh my God, you know, she's like freaking out. And then her mom looks back at her and is like, what did you do to it? To the baby. And then the doctor is like, okay, stop right there, stop. Number one priority is she just gave birth to a baby, and I don't know if she still has the placenta in her. She's bleeding significantly. Like, we got to take care of her. Like, the baby's dead, she's bleeding, we got problems. Like, we got to take care of her. And Alexee says that she's like scared and it wasn't breathing, and she never refers to it as a baby. She always calls it an it. Yeah. That is how she, which I don't know if that's significant or not, because I don't think that's that uncommon. Like, she's already disconnected. Yeah. Otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Exactly. So that's not that surprising. People were speculating if the mom had suspicions or already kind of knew what was going on because of her reaction. Maybe we should play a clip of it, because it is kind of weird. She said she already told her about this and what could happen. I told you about... Alexee, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth.
Yeah, I mean, she was asking her to tell her the truth about pregnancy.
What did you?
Not assuming that she had a baby.
Yeah, but okay, later on, I feel like this becomes a little bit more clear what I'm getting at. So, I kind of think her mom had some kind of inkling. I think she did.
Then they would both be crazy not to bring it up.
I think her mom is legit crazy. But the doctor recommends that she be transferred to Lovelace Hospital, where there's an obstetrics unit that can actually handle her, like labor and delivery, like, what is it called? I can't even remember. Something like that. An OB doctor. So they can actually check to see if the placenta's there and get her the care that she needs. And she said, and I'm really sorry about this, but you had a baby and tried to hide it, so the police have to be involved now.
Yeah.
So the mom asks how big was the baby, and the nurse says full term. And then Rosa looks at Alexee and says, what, 9 months? Lexi, have you watched the news of what they've done to their babies and they go to jail?
What?
Yeah, that's her reaction. She says, what, 9 months? Have you watched the news and seen what these girls do to their babies and they go to jail? And then Alexee said it wasn't crying. And then the mom cries and is super upset. And Alexee's scared but still has like no emotion. Rosa asks Lexi if it came out in the toilet. So she starts asking her like what exactly happened. And she said, yes, it wasn't crying. She said, you put it in the bag. And this is right after there was like, so this is body cam footage of the officer standing in there. Okay. And this is where you can watch this online. But there was like a little section where the audio cuts out. And then after that, she's like, so it came out in the toilet. She's like, yeah, it wasn't crying. She said, and you put it in the bag? And she said, yeah. And she said, what bag? A trash bag. And Alexee says she feels scared, and Rosa kind of starts flipping on her and turning on her and is like, why didn't you tell us? Do you want to get in trouble for this? Like, the officer is standing right there. Like it's almost like she's bribing her, threatening her, like you need to tell me the truth or you're going to get in trouble. Yeah, she's already in trouble.
That's crazy.
Like, she's going to jail.
This is wild.
It's really weird.
Jail or a mental institution. There's something wrong here, okay? And she's still at an age where she has growing up to do in her head. And, maybe we can turn her around to be a normal person again. Yeah. And I don't think a regular jail or prison would do that.
If I'm guessing, I think she was raised in a home where I think they might be Hispanic or have like that culture. Like, they're in New Mexico. There's a large Hispanic population there. And I know from my experience in Hispanic families, because I'm half Colombian, there is a huge emphasis on education. And like, my dad told me I wasn't allowed to date till I got out of college. Like, clearly that didn't happen. And nobody in my family actually did that. But that's what you were told. Like, you have a baby, then you're going to be kicked out and you're going to be an adult on your own. Yeah. And you have to take care of it. We're not doing it for you. Sure. You need to focus on college and your career. Yeah. And then you date after that.
Yeah. I feel like that's a super common thing in the U.S. Yeah. I heard stuff like that. I feel like everyone says that. And just to be clear, that is the wrong thing to do. So that does not help your kid be honest with you. That also doesn't help your kid actually do those things. A lot of times when you give a person strict rules, a child especially, they're going to do the opposite. Yeah. You got to give them incentive to do the right thing so they can feel the positive feelings that you get when doing the right thing.
Yeah, you're planting seeds, you're guiding. You're not trying to control and dominate a child. Yeah. You're trying
this is insane, though.
It absolutely is.
Oh, my gosh.
So the mom actually gets removed from the room.
Sure.
And
She's 18.
Police officer has to stay with her at all times.
Yep.
She gets helicoptered to the other hospital, and like the mom's in the waiting room, and she calls like the stepfather and the boyfriend and his family. And then there's an interview in the waiting room where the police officer goes up. We have body cam footage of this, and he's talking to the mom. And it's super weird. Like, it just felt really weird. I don't... That is the first actual, like, time I really felt strange when I was watching it. Like, in the beginning, it's the mom and the officer. So the officer starts asking questions, and, like, he walks up and he's like, oh, you're grandma, right? Like, to the baby.
Oh.
And yeah, and she's
That's
like,
kind of messed up.
She's like,
I don't feel like the officer should say something like that, dude.
I don't know.
Everyone there knows it's gone. It's past.
That's kind of a good point.
How judgmental and crappy of a person could you be?
Okay, but I don't know if that's his intention, because he's hearing that a woman just had a baby and it died and it was in a trash can. Like, he doesn't... I don't think at that point...
That's not what he heard.
Does he know that the mom had any idea or didn't know?
I guarantee you that they called that in
like,
as a possible homicide.
I'm just wondering how much he actually knows. That's all I'm saying. But that's a good point. The whole circumstances, like, I think he would know. You're right. And I guess that's true.
That's
like,
super
going up and saying your
and
grandma,
shady.
It does feel a little shady.
Super shady.
But anyway,
dude.
she responds and says, no, I'm mom.
Good.
And then he's like, no, I mean, to the deceased, you are grandma. And she says, yeah, you know, that's true. And she says, but so would she would be too, pointing at the boyfriend's mom, which feels a little weird. Like, she's trying to defer a little bit of blame. Like,
I guess.
Feels guilty or shameful in some way.
I'm really thrown off by that comment.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. That is really weird. I don't know why the police officer did that. I don't know why he wouldn't just say, you're Alexee's mother, correct?
That's literally the most antagonistic comment I could think of.
I'm curious if he meant it intentionally. Now you have me really thinking about that.
Yeah,
because
it's antagonizing.
When I first watched it, I thought, well, that's weird. She's like, no, I'm mom. But then I'm like, now that you're saying that, I didn't think of it that way. I didn't think of him as walking up trying to antagonize, to maybe get a reaction.
And it could be intentional, okay? I'm just saying that if I was in that situation and that happened to me, I would be super offended right away.
But what if, from his perspective and his filter of life, he's thinking, she just lost her grandchild. Grandparents are usually super proud to be a grandparent, and like it would be devastating to lose a grandchild, and maybe she wants to be recognized as grandma because she just lost a grandchild.
I mean, learn some people skills, cop. You're a public servant.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, is it antagonistic or is it innocent and he didn't mean anything by it?
Ugh.
He didn't seem disrespectful in the body cam footage. He actually seemed pretty nice, I guess, but I think we should watch it on stream because I'm curious what you get from it.
Yeah. Like,
really curious now. So, anyway, she goes on, like, he asks some questions, you know, and she says, like, he asks about her health, like, what was going on, and she's like, well, Alexee's father beat me when she was in the womb, so she had a lot of back problems, like scoliosis and hip problems, and I take her to the chiropractor, monthly to get adjusted, so, like, when she brought her to the ER, she was thinking it was that.
9
that it was,
months? Dude, a chiropractor would be able to tell.
I thought that too. I was thinking, she's been going to a chiropractor her whole life, and she's pregnant, and they didn't notice for 9 months? And granted, a young athletic woman, because she's a cheerleader, they may not gain a lot of weight. She's a cheerleader.
And pregnant? What?
I told you that at the beginning. She's a cheerleader.
Oh my gosh.
So anyway,
how did her uniform fit?
there's some pictures floating around online, and I don't know if they're authentic or photoshopped, but there's pictures of her, like, cheering in, like, a gym, and she looks like...
What?
Yeah. I know. I'm like, what? How did nobody notice? But I don't know if they're for real. Like, they could be photoshopped.
Oh, man.
But anyway, so nobody asked about the baby in the waiting room. Not a single person. The only one who did was the stepdad, actually. He was the only one who seemed genuinely upset and wanted to know about the actual baby. I would want to know. If my child just killed their baby, I would want to know kind of like what happened.
Okay, there's so many things going on here, though. Sure, it's easy to look at this very surface level and like make a connection to this situation that there's a baby, but okay. Every single person is coming to terms mentally that there even was a baby.
Yeah.
Okay? And that is huge. That might even be harder for people to deal with than understanding a death, in my opinion.
They didn't even know a baby was there to begin with.
They're coming to terms with there was a baby, and now there's not a baby. And then on top of that, they're coming to terms with there was a baby, now there's not a baby, and it was caused by her.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot.
It is a lot. You're right.
So I wouldn't expect anybody to have any reaction.
Yeah, it would be very jarring.
I don't know if I would want to know. I would be shocked about every single one of those three things. And the last thing I want to know is like, humanize somebody that is already gone from somebody that I care about. And I just don't know if I would.
Literally was only alive for minutes. If minutes.
If minutes.
Yeah. So, anyway.
I'm just glad that, like, she didn't end the baby, like, in a harmful way, like hitting it or something like that. I'm hoping that the baby passed gently. I don't know. I don't know how babies pass like that. I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't have enough knowledge or experience, okay? I'm just thinking, like, there are situations where you have a miscarriage, okay? And they never had oxygen, so I'm hoping that it's, like, a very easy passing. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping maybe that was similar, I guess. I don't know. Just trying to...
I don't know. But...
I don't know.
Anyway, the officer looks at the young boy, that's her boyfriend, and is like, and you're dad, right? You're the father. And he's like, yeah. And so Rosa, Alexee's mom, is standing there, and the officer's standing opposite to her, and then between her and the officer is the boyfriend, and the boyfriend's mom sitting next to him. And the boyfriend's mom and Rosa look at each other and smile and laugh. And are like, yeah, we get it. Like, you guys had sex. Like it's no big deal and like it's funny. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, hold up, come to a screeching halt. I was under the impression this was a very strict mother who, like, her daughter didn't trust her to tell her. And now she's joking about the fact, like, she just found out her daughter's not a virgin, got pregnant, and killed the child.
Is that even important?
Kind of.
Why? Virginity means nothing.
I feel like, no, it doesn't mean anything.
It's not important at all.
Duh. But I'm thinking this whole time that it's important to the mother. And that's why Alexee didn't trust her own mother to tell her.
We're making assumptions of that. How do you... Okay.
There's something suspicious about the mom.
Do I think there's something suspicious here? Maybe. But could we also be dealing with somebody where the mom really would have been understanding? There's no way to know.
I just think there's something super sus about the mom, is what I'm getting at.
Just based off hearing this and having my own experience with people who have been pregnant, pregnancy hormones mess you up, man.
But the mom isn't pregnant.
I'm not talking about the mom. I am talking about the pregnancy hormones because I think she is all the way 100% to blame. maybe she couldn't come to terms with being pregnant, so maybe she could have been honest with her mom. I don't know.
No, I think Alexee is 100% to blame. She made the choice to do this. But what I'm saying is
but she's also kind of not to blame because, again, those same hormones create psychosis in people.
They can.
Yeah.
They can.
They can.
So,
proven
I'm just saying, the mom kind of weirds me out. And I really want to, like, show you those videos so you can react to them because it's really just strange the way she interacts with her daughter. And, like, the cracking a smile after she talked about, like, you should have just... Maybe she would have been understanding because she said if you just would have told me. Like, I told you, just be honest with me. But maybe she creates an environment... similar to environments I've been in the past where someone says you can tell me anything, but then they're super judgmental. And I think parents can be guilty of doing that, of being like, oh, when you're drunk at a friend's house, you can call me and I'll pick you up and it'll be okay. Like, I just want you to be safe. But then when the kid actually does it, they get yelled at for 2 hours for drinking and being irresponsible. Mm-hmm. So then next time, they're not going to call you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it.
Maybe it's that type of situation.
I just don't want to automatically jump to blaming the mom directly.
I'm not.
Do I feel like that's possible? Absolutely, but the decision that was made here was...
Alexee's.
Yeah.
100%. But I just thought there was something weird about her. So Devin Fierro is the boyfriend.
Yeah.
And they've been together for about 2 years. They're seniors. And it seems like they were like a really good couple. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. She seems like she's got a good guy.
Maybe he'll wait around for her to get out of prison.
But they're still together, I think.
Yeah. Maybe they'll wait around.
Yeah. They even went to prom together like a couple weeks after she got out of the hospital. Like,
she's out?
Yeah, she's out on the streets. So, but that's not to say she's not in trouble, because she is. I guess while all that was going on in the interview, a nurse went in. Actually, I think it was like a person who registers. You know how, like, you get the registration info for the baby and stuff? Like, they need the name, they need, like, the dad and all that stuff. Yeah. They were going in there to fill that out for the birth and death certificate, and they were told to, like, ask her if the baby ever took a breath. And so they go in there and they're like, Alexee, I need you to be, like, super honest with me. Did the baby take even one breath before you put it in the bag? And she said, absolutely not. It was not breathing. And then they asked her, like, do you want the the father to be on, like, do you want to put him down? And she's like, for what? And they said for the birth and death certificate, and she said no. So she has been adamant this whole time that it didn't take a breath and that she had to poop and the baby fell out in the toilet and she saw it wasn't breathing and she put it in the trash.
Yeah.
Which, mind you, when a baby first comes out, it doesn't just breathe. Like, it's not like magic. Like, it doesn't pop out and go...
Yeah.
They have to a lot of times clear fluid out from the lungs to get it to breathe. And sometimes they will do it on their own. They will start crying and do that process on their own. But sometimes they don't. Mm-hmm. And they have to use a suction. So, anyway, an ultrasound tech went in and did an internal ultrasound to see if placenta was intact. It was not, but there was, like, normal tissue and blood from having birth. Like, she, in fact, gave birth. Revelation.
Right.
But while she was in there, Alexee started confiding in her, kind of, and was like, I don't understand what happened. I'm a cheerleader, and my clothes just started getting really tight, and I thought I was just gaining weight, and I was taking birth control, and none of this makes sense. And she said it felt like she was... I feel like what she said wasn't really fair, to be honest, not completely fair, because she said Alexee 100% knew what she was doing. Like, I did not get the impression that she's like this scared little girl who didn't know what she was doing. I think she was, like, very very much knew what she was doing.
I don't think she did. Otherwise, there's other methods.
Agree with you. Yeah. I don't think she knew exactly what she was doing. I think you have to understand she was on morphine, yes, but she still felt things. Morphine is not like a nerve block, like an epidural. Like, you're still going to feel things. She's drugged up. She's going through all of these chemical changes in your brain when you have a baby and are pregnant and evacuating the baby. Like, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
I do not think you can say it was that clear cut. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Now, I still think she has to be held accountable. This is wrong, no matter what.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I just think it should be under lighter circumstances. Like, I don't think it should be something like murder one or something like that. I don't.
I'm pretty sure that's what she's charged with, is murder one. So, anyway,
well, it'll be an easy fight for a defense if they get her a lawyer, though, honestly, because
she has a lawyer, and they sent the baby off for autopsy right away, and it took a little bit to come back, but it did, and they determined from the autopsy that it was a homicide. The baby passed away from asphyxiation, and the cause of death was entrapment, which means you're stuck in a small space where you consume all of the oxygen and there's no more oxygen to be breathed. They confirmed that there was air in the lungs and the stomach. The lungs had been aerated. So, and that it had its first breaths after birth. It was 38 weeks, which is a totally viable, full-grown baby, and there were no anatomical abnormalities or physical injuries. It was stuck in a bag and suffocated to death.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so
that's sad. 2 people's lives could potentially be lost in this situation.
It makes me wonder if the scenario I said could have happened, where she thought it wasn't breathing because it hadn't gotten rid of the mucus and stuff. Because they said it had mucus on its face.
Yeah.
So that makes me wonder if, like, it coughed up the mucus after she put it in the bag, or if it happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to remember,
did
20
she think,
minutes, very short time.
Did she think, it came out and it's dead, so maybe my life isn't over. I don't have to tell anybody.
She didn't. I don't think she thought anything.
Maybe. I mean,
but
anyway, she got discharged from the hospital and went to prom, and there's a picture, we can put it up, of her at prom. Mm-hmm. And then 4 months later, on May 10th, she was arrested, and they came to the house, and her mom was super combative. Like, why are you arresting her? She tampered with evidence at the hospital? Like, for what? Like, they were like, she's an adult, ma'am. We're not trying to search your property. You just have to tell her to come out here. We have a warrant for her arrest.
Yeah.
And they tell her it's homicide and tampering with evidence. And then they go inside. Well, she's like, okay. She eventually gives her up. And then they're like, well, wait, she's been bleeding. She needs pads. And a police officer walks in with her to get the pads. And as she's coming out, you see this mantle, mm-hmm. and it's literally like, it looks like a memorial with a name Alex, like, for the baby. And a lot of people have been speculating online that it looks a little weird, and we can put it up, and you can just come to your own conclusion about that.
I think that adds to what I'm saying.
I'm not going to
psychosis.
I'm not going to say what other people are saying, because people are saying some really crazy stuff, but you can think what you want about it. But anyway, she was arrested, then 1 week later put out on bail. She was permitted to finish school by the judge without house arrest, but has a curfew from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., allowed to go to Texas to see family, required to go to counseling, which is good, but another weird thing is she can't get pregnant by court order.
Yeah.
So October 2nd is court this year, and the crazy thing is this was like a safe haven hospital. She could have literally just dropped off the baby. And in New Mexico, there's a law saying that if you drop off a baby, you can't get in trouble at a safe haven location.
All these things, though, are making the assumption that she made a decision. I don't think she did.
Well, another thing is abortion is like super accessible in New Mexico. You don't have to have parental consent if you're a minor, which she was an adult anyway. Like, she had many, 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 many options here and wasn't restricted much.
Yeah.
But her lawyer has come out and said he believes that the hospital committed malpractice, that they didn't tell her she was pregnant till after the bathroom, gave her morphine when they knew she was pregnant, which is dangerous.
Yeah.
And that she's a wonderful person. And, like, he seems like he's going to go really hard to try to defend her and thinks that the hospital is actually the one at fault.
Interesting.
But this case is super crazy, and I don't even know what to think about it. Like, was she really afraid of her mom's reaction?
I mean,
or
I
did
don't
she
think
just
so.
not want to screw up her perfect idea of life and didn't feel comfortable getting an abortion?
I don't think it's any of that.
But she had
It's just
so much
pregnancy
time.
brain, dude.
Dude, she had so much time to figure it out.
No, she didn't. You're assuming that she knew she was pregnant.
So you think she genuinely didn't know?
Absolutely. I absolutely believe that.
But she was claiming she was a virgin.
Oh, I mean, just because someone is lying about sex in front of their parent doesn't mean they're a bad person and lying about everything.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I don't know how she could not know, to be honest.
It's happened to thousands of times.
Do you think scoliosis,
Thousands
her back
of
and her
times.
hip problems
No,
could actually make
I don't
it more
think that-
likely that she wouldn't know?
Nope, I don't think there has to be a reason at all. There's professional athletes that have carried a child to full term without knowing. Felt like they had to go to the bathroom, had the baby in the toilet. There's tons, hundreds of accounts of that happening. So I think that by saying this, there's a chance we could be letting someone off. But look, I would rather be wrong about assuming the best about somebody than be wrong about blaming somebody.
That's a good point, but I just see it. I mean, I think the trial is going to be really important. Like, I'm curious what her defense is going to put up. But if she knowingly, like, and intentionally put an alive baby in a trash bag,
it doesn't sound like she did to me.
That's horrific.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like she did to me. It still had mucus on its face and stuff.
Well, you have the unpopular take.
Yeah.
Because people are online literally calling her a horrible monster.
I'm sure they are, but I'm going to take the logical take, not the emotional take, so.
Yeah. But let us know what you think about this. I'm going to stay up to date on it. Like, this is super viral, going on all over the internet. People are totally up in arms about it in a lot of ways and speculating about lots of little details. Some of them I just don't feel like it's beneficial to get into. I feel like they're unfair and unnecessary. But we'll see where it goes with court and what happens from here.
Absolutely. That last story was crazy. I have a couple other really good ones, but one of the topics that I wanted to get into today, and I had to get into today because of the insane amount of comments. Like, we haven't had a video yet that's had this many comments as the Idaho 4. Okay, the Moscow, Idaho murders. And
it's getting a lot of attention online.
It is getting a ton of attention online. Like, there are channels out there that literally only cover this topic, and that's it. And so that video that we created, I was looking for a true crime to do. I just happened to come upon it, and I was maybe 2 or 3 hours of looking into it when we made that video. Like, the amount of information I had on it when I was making that was so little. Like, that is literally just... That was just the opening of the rabbit hole.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean?
I heard about it when it happened and had been following it loosely, but I didn't know what we know now.
Yeah. What we know now is insane. So, we're going to keep talking about this on the pre-recorded videos because I feel like most people really like the pre-recorded videos and topics. That gives them the ability to be able to respond at their own time. If you can't come and join us on live stream is really where we've done all of our digging into it, watching other content creators, looking stuff up, and talking through some of the possibilities of the Idaho 4 murders. You know what I mean? And so we posted that video, and to be honest with you, that was before vacation. I don't even remember what my opinion was on it at the end.
Oh, you thought that he could be innocent.
I don't think I did at that time.
The first video we made at the end of that, we both were in agreement that we thought that he was most likely guilty, and we were nervous he was going to get off because of the issues with the investigation and everything
that's the video
we were
I'm
seeing.
talking about.
Now, after that, before we went on vacation and we had been doing digging on live stream, it changed to we think he could be innocent.
Yeah. No, okay. So this is where I'll go with it. My plan is to leave the viewer, you guys, with a bunch of open-ended questions, because I think where we're at with this thing currently is the media has done such a good job of painting a picture that people are split down the middle.
Yep.
You either believe and have an emotional investment in Bryan Kohberger being guilty, or you believe and you have an emotional investment in him being innocent, okay? And I think both of those are wrong. So if you're watching this and you are either one of those, I think you're looking at this thing wrong. I think the most important thing to be is looking at any situation with an open mind, okay? So I heard a few different comments come on there. One of them was, "What? I don't even understand how you could think that he could be innocent because of the cell phone data, the DNA, and the car, okay? Pictures of the vehicle." And there's been some new videos that have come out with that too, which don't get me started on that. So I figured we'd talk at least about those, just do a little bit of a deeper into those three topics here. And kind of see where we come out with it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
All right. And one thing for you guys to know as a disclaimer that we said in the beginning of the podcast, if you're not watching the long edit version, is, we are not experts. And I never want to take the position of being an expert, at least until we get to, a full time where we're doing this full time and I can actually invest the same amount of hours that I invest in other projects and income and work and things like that into things like this, okay? Which would be awesome if we can get there eventually, but we aren't there currently. So, we look at more of the social aspects and the ideas and the possibilities of the crime and the way that it was handled.
The implications of it.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So one thing I want to touch on is the DNA, okay? So if you're watching this and you're still somebody who has bought in on this DNA, is the touch DNA. I have a couple statements here that are either taken from professionals or off of institute websites like colleges, and it talks about touch DNA. So the DNA that was on the knife sheath is touch DNA. That is very, 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 very different than like a blood drop or a bodily fluid, spit, anything that can come out of a body.
A literal piece of your body.
Yeah. That is very different. Here it is. So touch DNA, also known as trace DNA, is a forensic method for analyzing DNA left at a scene of a crime. It is called touch DNA because it only requires a very small sample. For example, the skin cells left on an object after it has been touched or casually handed, or from footprints. So they're talking skin cells here, and to give you guys an understanding of exactly how that can work, and this is totally plausible, and one thing we always say is don't believe us. I don't want you to believe me. I want the information that we bring to the table here to be like a carrot, and you guys go and make sure that we aren't full of it on here, and if we are, please leave a comment, let us know how. I'd love to talk about it. But where I'm going with this is touch DNA can be transferred. Like, let's say I handed you guys a marker or whatever. We'll go with a marker, okay? And you take that marker and you put it in your car, you drive to work, you use that marker and you hand it to somebody else, and that person that you handed it to commits a crime, it falls out of their pocket and is left on the scene. My DNA can be there through that original touch DNA. Now, does that sound reliable?
No.
I'm not even taking into account the case of Bryan Kohberger being guilty or not. I'm just simply asking, does that sound reliable?
It sounds incredible that we have technology that can literally get DNA from skin cells, like a single freaking skin cell on something.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, it's like anybody's DNA could be on just about anything. Then you think about germs and the way germs are passed and spread all over the U.S.
This
so
was
quickly.
a college town.
People are touching things and other people are touching them. Like, you just don't know how that DNA got there. So it's not.
You're dealing with classrooms.
But when you think of crime, you think of DNA like the smoking gun. Like, their DNA is at the scene.
Right.
Well, when it comes to touch DNA, it's not necessarily a smoking gun. It can be something for you to look into it more. But it doesn't mean that doesn't mean you can say for sure that person was there.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so here's a statement from somebody that is a lawyer in military law, like NCIS type stuff. They said touch DNA is almost a pseudoscience. It takes samples that contain a mixture of DNA from surfaces touched by an unknown number of people and makes a guess as to the probability that a criminal suspect's DNA is among the haystack of unknowns the lab is examining.
Oh.
Yeah, and that is an official of the court, and this is how they see touch DNA as when going into the courtroom. Now, this statement doesn't have anything to do with this case. This is just simply about touch DNA.
I'm really curious what their percentage came out to be, that it was this percent likely that it's his DNA. Because what if it only has to be above 50% and say it's like 55% could be his DNA?
I agree, and it's still not shared how at all.
Because there could be genetic similarities to other people. Like, you could be 70% similar DNA to somebody, and you don't even know who the hell they are.
They've said that it's in the high 90s of likelihood, but nobody has seen that. The defense still hasn't. They haven't came forward with that, so we just don't know yet right now.
And that still doesn't place him at the crime scene, because it could have been from someone else's hand that he touched.
I agree. It still doesn't place him at the crime scene. Correct. Now,
and he was a teacher at a university in this town.
That's what I was getting at, is you're dealing... I can't think of another type of town where touch DNA would be spread more than at a college campus with desks, papers, pencils, utensils, people touching each other, high fives, sinks, door handles, like
toilets, like anything.
Yeah, exactly. So here is another statement. So touch DNA is touch or transfer DNA, reliable evidence of guilt. In parentheses, my argument is no, and as military defense lawyers, this is our position at a court-martial trial held under the UCMJ. So yeah, unreliable.
So they do not consider it reliable.
Reliable in circumstances. So that they leaned, and when I say they, I'm talking about mainstream media and the overwhelming storyline that they're all running with him being already guilty, right? And that is not a smoking gun anymore. That no longer makes me feel confident they have him placed at the scene of the crime.
Agreed.
It doesn't. It just doesn't.
I feel like there's some people who will overlook that and be like, but it's DNA and it was right by her body. Like,
that doesn't mean anything.
That is a smoking gun. Like, that, I feel like that will just convince a lot of people and they won't care about those details.
Right. So, okay. So the knife sheath is touch DNA. Now, you know that Bryan Kohberger is a vegan?
Yeah.
What's the likelihood that he keeps around leather items?
Low. Very low.
Very low. That was a leather knife sheath. A very thick leather knife sheath. Military grade with a military stamp. He's not military. It's not very fitting.
Yeah, he's just a criminology student. He's like a nerd.
Right. Okay.
Was he ever into hunting or anything like that in his life? I don't think he was.
I gotta be honest, I haven't looked into that, but I don't think so, based on anything and everything that I've read so far. You know, the first time we covered this, I had a few hours of reading. I probably have 10 times that now, okay, with everything that we've looked into. So, these things don't add up to me. They don't add up. Now, one statement I do want to make, okay, because there's this overwhelming view from content creators that are out there saying that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, that the car, the touch DNA, and the cell phone pings, this is a slam dunk case 100%, okay? When I'm refuting these ideas, I am not coming out saying that that the police officers planted this thing. I don't think that needs to be said at all. I wouldn't even go down that direction because, yes, if somebody is coming out with no evidence at all, saying that the police planted this thing, that is conspiracy. When you're looking at these topics and just questioning them for what they are, that is not conspiracy. If anything, the conspiracy would be expecting people not to take in every piece of information. In my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that in any situation, there's no such thing as too much information. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. There is no such thing. So
yeah, because you can rule it out. Like you look into it and you rule it out. Or you decide this is very important information.
Absolutely. And information that might have been important on day 1 won't be important on day 30.
And then something could be overlooked.
Exactly. Yep. And will become important later. But all of it's important. Even the information that's not important. You know, a lack of information can still be important. You know what I mean? So, so going down this knife sheath, to me, that doesn't feel like a smoking gun, okay? And there's a reason why the prosecution legally has come to court saying that, hey, we don't want you guys to include this in the case. We only wanted it for the warrant on Bryan Kohberger because we believe that if we get this warrant, we are going to find evidence in his car and in his home. Well, they were given the warrant, okay?
Yep.
They searched his car, they searched his home, and they found nothing.
What I really want to know is, in order to see if a DNA is a match for a suspect, they have to first become a suspect, right?
Yeah.
So
I wasn't even going to go into that this time.
How?
Yeah, I wasn't even going to go into that this time.
How did he even become a suspect? How did he even get on the police's radar?
I hear you. I just think we should dig into that another time because that's like a whole bunch of other topics. But I agree with you. I'm just going to try and stay on the 3 topics we have here. Otherwise, this will go forever. But if you're interested in questions like that, I really suggest you check out our live streams. Almost all of them have a little bit of the Idaho 4 in them. So, all right.
Lately.
So, lately. So that goes nicely into the car, okay? They got the search warrant from the knife sheath, and they believed they were going to find all kinds of stuff in the car. Mainstream media kept making comments that, hey, you know, it's going to be a petri dish of DNA. We know it's going to be in there, okay? Well, they searched it. They found none. Nothing. 0. Nothing, okay? And just continuing down that same train of thought. Then your next obvious question should be, okay, then he probably cleaned it, right? 3 weeks went by. He drove across country.
They saw him cleaning it.
We saw him cleaning his car. Who knows what kind of cleaning he did in his apartment, what he did with his clothes. Except cars are one of the most porous and creviced and gaps and holes and everything, things
Fibers.
out there in the world.
Tiny little fibers.
Right.
Yep.
That if he cleaned it, they would have found residue of cleaning solvents and solutions. Did they find that in his home or car? No.
Because they also tested for that.
They tested for it, and they did not find any. So, okay, so let's stick to this car thing,
So
okay?
the cleaning thing is irrelevant at this point because people keep talking about his rubber gloves cleaning his car. It's irrelevant at this point. He didn't clean it to get rid of DNA.
No, he was probably vacuuming it and picking up, like, dirt and grime and nastiness on the floor.
Like any normal person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. And if you're using things like Windex to clean your windows, sometimes that irritates people. Like, I don't feel weird about the gloves.
Well, it could also just be like he could be a germ phobe. He could get contact dermatitis like I do. I get irritations on my hands from cleaners, and I wear gloves a lot of times when I touch any chemicals at all.
Yeah.
I mean, just literally going shopping at a store, the dust on things, people don't even realize, like, that gives me contact dermatitis.
Yeah.
So, like, it could be any reason. It doesn't have to be nefarious that he wore gloves to clean his car.
I agree. And also, I've heard a couple
nothing.
people bring up the topic of, well, he was up super late at night, you know, that night with his phone turning on and off, and the night that he was throwing trash away. You're dealing with a college student.
Yeah, so were all the victims. They were all up super late, too.
Exactly.
They just got home, like, not that long before it happened.
Exactly. So that is not a good example. It's not that, shadows go bump in the night, so only people that are up late. Like, I can't tell you how many times in a week I'm up until 3 or 4 a.m. So I just don't see that as being weird, okay? So let's go back to how could he have done it, okay? Because I always like to play mental gymnastics to figure out ways. Let's assume that Bryan had the experience, he had the sociopathic evolution, serial killer evolution, to the point where he was able to mentally, physically, and capably end these 4 people in the very short time frame that he had, okay?
Because it's a 10-minute window, right?
Yep.
It's 10 minutes, I think, yeah.
So, how could he have done it then with the car? I assume there's one of two ways. Either he wasn't there with his car, and they are mistaken with the photo, they are mistaken with all these other things. And I gotta say, by the way, if you guys don't know this, you know how many vehicles, because when we talked about this last recorded video, I think I'm pretty sure I said, like, how many Hyundai Elantras are like-looking vehicles were there in the area? I got my answer. 22,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah. I was making the comment, like, there can't be that many. Right. That is a lot of vehicles, okay? All white, all like or looking like Hyundai Elantras, okay? But so let's go through the mental gymnastics, how this could have happened. I can only think of it one of two ways. He wasn't there with his car, okay, which would make the video and all that other stuff not mean anything of the photo of the vehicle. Or two, the only other way that this could have happened is him going in, having clothes on, double layer of clothing, okay? Doing this in this short time frame, controlling expertly 4 people in just the way that he wanted to. Get out of there, get back to wherever he was going to his car. He would have to take literally everything off, and it would have to be 100% skin coverage. I would also assume if you're going to cover your skin, you're also going to cover your eyebrows and eyes, which, remember the bushy eyebrows thing. So for me, this idea doesn't work, but we can just go down that, okay? He would have to take all that off and likely get rid of it before entering the vehicle.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
and they would have had to search everywhere there.
Or like you said, have
Or
like a
double
hazmat
bag
suit.
it.
Have a hazmat suit in the car. Throw that on before you get in the car with the blood still on you and everything. And you're like,
Yeah.
you'd have to totally encapsulate
You
your
would
body.
either have to take everything off or cover your body completely to somewhere that's safe, okay? I keep hearing this idea out there where, and this is the negative mental gymnastics that people who have an emotional need for him to be guilty out there, they keep saying things like, okay, obviously there's ways to do this where there's not going to be DNA. You just cover your car in plastic. What? Think about that. Think about all the spaces that you use and the things that the surfaces you touch when driving your car, and you're going to cover each thing in plastic. You're talking your gas pedal. Gas pedals are really close to the floor, by the way. Your brake pedal. You're talking your shift handle. Okay. Now think of at the front windshield.
It would take so much time.
The gap where the air comes out. I don't think people are taking into account
The air filters.
Yes, he couldn't just cover his seat, the center console, the shifter, the steering wheel, and the pedals. He could not do that, okay? When you're getting in and out of a car, there's a bunch of airflow going on, and we already have been told that this was insanely brutal. There was DNA and blood everywhere, okay? Well, with any air movement, the AC on, the windows down, or cracked, that's going to move the DNA around in the vehicle.
Yeah, and
that
it's
is
not
going to
like...
move it around. And think of that little shaft up on, there's the front windshield that connects you to the side window here. Those are all crevices in there. Where the air comes out down in the dash. Crevices in there. The air filter is a great example. That's something you can't even see that would be filtering that through. It's just not possible. You would have to cover the roof with plastic. You would have to cover every single area with plastic. The windshield, you would have to make sure that there was no filtration being done on your car. Like, everything.
And if you think that's insane, like he could have just thrown plastic wrap on his seat and the gear shifter, and like he would have been fine. There was so much blood, like so much, and we're talking about touch DNA, and you think that just covering a few things in the car with plastic wrap, with blood all over you. Like, we're talking about science that's so good it can pick up skin cells, like single or little
and
tiny group of
identify
skin
it with
cells.
a person. Yeah.
Yes, like it's not that simple.
This just isn't likely. This isn't a likely possibility here, okay? So again, this doesn't lean towards slam dunk, and I want you guys to understand something here. I'm not saying that Bryan Kohberger isn't guilty. I'm not saying that Bryan Kohberger is innocent or guilty. What I'm saying is the current storyline that is being pushed is not possible, in my opinion.
It doesn't make sense.
But I'm going to leave these questions open-ended so you guys can tell me, please, help me figure it out, because I would love to know these things, because these just aren't likely. Now let's go to the cell phone tower ping. So many people lean on this, okay? And this is one area that I actually have some experience in, working directly with cell phone towers and the things that they do. Now, there is, and we talked about this in the other video, but I just want to put more emphasis on this, okay? There's one cell phone tower in the area, okay? Most people know that a cell phone tower can triangulate a location, but it takes 3, okay?
At least to be
no, 3 is
accurate.
sufficient. Three is enough to be sufficient.
Yeah, but I actually just read a case that there were 4, and they could literally pinpoint every move.
Yeah, 3 can get it down to a matter of feet. I'm sure 4 could give you extra, but 3 is good enough because of how the cell phone tower works. So there's a post, and there's these small cells around it, and they can tell what direction it's coming from. Now there's only one cell phone tower here, okay? So basically that cell phone tower covers 27 miles or something like that. So in one direction of it, he could have been attached to any of those microcells that are on the tower and be anywhere in that area. There is no way to know.
So you're saying basically you have, like, say you have the tower and then you have all these little mini cells and they go in one direction, like straight
they
line
shoot
that
out
way.
for a 360.
And maybe there's a little bit of a radius for that one that's going that way. So they could all they know is he was in a 27-mile radius going that way.
Yes. Well, the whole tower covers a 27-mile radius. This town is only 2 miles by 3 miles, so he could have been outside of town. He could have been anywhere on whatever side that cell phone tower is. It doesn't matter. It's not accurate, okay? It is not accurate. That doesn't help anything. He could be, what's 1/3 of 27 miles? What is that, 7? So he could have been anywhere in like an 8-mile range in that cell tower. And there's only one. If you add a second one, that's still not enough to pinpoint somebody. That's enough to pinpoint somebody down to within a 1 to 3 mile range, okay? With 3 of them, that's enough to pinpoint somebody normally down to a matter of, 10, 20, 50 feet, whatever. But this isn't enough. This is not a smoking gun.
No. Yeah.
Not at all. No,
because there's
there's
such room for error. You can only tell they're within like this mile radius, maybe.
Essentially, all you can tell is he's connected to that tower, and his phone itself is pinging, which apps run in the background of our phones at all time. All we see is that it's using service here, in the same way as the rest of the town is. It's a nothing burger. Like, this is not good evidence. And we're about to cover another story here about them just figuring out that 13-year-old serial killer crime. What was it called? What's that beach called? Gilgo Beach. Okay, now that is phenomenal evidence.
Oh yeah,
the circumstantial evidence and the actual hard evidence, DNA evidence. Dude, that's phenomenal. That's the type of thing you want to see when you see a slam dunk case.
Case closed.
That is slam dunk.
You're the guy.
So I don't understand why people are trying to suggest that the 1.Kohberger case is such a slam dunk. It's not at all. It's not even a little bit of a slam dunk. There's nothing here that puts him there. There is no connection with him and the victims. There isn't any of that going on. None of it. It's insane.
It is absolutely crazy. I see people get up in their feelings when you start questioning it, and they're like, well, how can you think that because of this and this, the exact things you're saying? And like, you can sit there and argue with them, and they just kind of say the same thing. Well, no, this and this and this on, this. And I'm like, you're saying the same thing over and over. Like, it doesn't change the reality that is not, like, that is not the smoking gun. That is not anything, really. Like, I feel like all of these things together would be something that an investigator would go, oh, we should look more into that person.
Yeah. But I want it to be open. I want you guys to be able to tell us, is this a smoking gun? After hearing what we've covered. And again, like I always say, do not believe us. Go look into this, okay? Please go look into these 3 topics and figure it out for yourself and come back and let me know what's going on here, because I want to understand, okay? And do you feel like there's good evidence here one way or the other? Do you feel like Kohberger is innocent or guilty? And one other question I have for you is, do you feel like you have an emotional need for him to be one way or the other? Because I think it's very important not to get caught up on either one here. And I'm trying really hard to make sure that everything's going to be fine. I get it. If he's guilty, he's guilty. More than likely, I think if he's guilty, then somebody else was involved. There's more to this, and help us understand exactly what that is. If he's innocent, my first question is, then who did it?
Yeah, that's the most important thing to me.
I want them off the street.
Is who did it? Like, do we have the right guy? Is there a murderer still out on the streets?
Yeah.
Is a murderer about to get off because of a botched investigation? Like, we don't want that error. We don't want that to be the case. Like, you don't want a murderer on the streets who's capable of going in a college kid's house and murdering 4 people brutally by knife.
With such brutal efficiency in up-close quarter combat with a bladed weapon. That is
alone,
scary.
4 people.
Well, I don't think it was done alone. I don't think there's any way that one person could have done this.
Think so either.
I think that maybe... I just suggest... Do you really think there's people out there that are so BA they can enter a house with 6 people against 1 and control 4 of them with such precision in the way that it was done? Do you really feel like there's average people out there just walking around that can do that?
And they're in groups of 2, the people that they killed.
Yeah.
They're not alone. Like,
yep.
And it's in one house with 6 people. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think. And the only way I think someone could do that is if they had extensive military training. That's
what I was going to ask.
Which is a whole nother thing.
If you think that there are people out there walking around that have the capability of doing this, how do you think they learned to do it? Is my other question. How do you think they learned that ability to be able to do that? And then you also got to take into account here, it's not only that they know how to do that, but they have enough experience doing that to do it with the level of efficiency that it was done at, okay? Serial killers in all of history, you can look back, evolve. Everything escalates, okay? This is like the World Series of a killer.
Oh, yeah.
Right off the rip. Do we think somebody that's never done anything before could do this?
Yeah, that many people control the scene the way they did and leave next to no evidence.
Whoever did this was a BA. There's no doubt about that when it comes to, fighting the scary stuff. I don't mean that in a positive light. I mean that in combat situations,
They're
okay?
like a natural-born killer.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Whoever it was that.
Yep. They're a scary, scary person.
I just suggest you never let videos like this one you're watching here sway your opinion. Use any of the information that you hear as a carrot to go look.
And
go
form
start
your
looking.
own.
Yeah. Go start looking on your own. Try and find situations where things like what we're being told on here has happened before, because there's one thing with humans is we always repeat ourselves. History repeats ourselves. I can't think of another situation where there's anything remotely close to this.
No, someone just off the rip does something like this?
With such precision and expertise, unless there's more to it and things were botched and whatever, okay, which we see time and time again. But still, man.
Yeah, we want to know what you guys think about this. It's been we've been diving deep into it.
It's been an emotional roller coaster.
And yeah, it's been emotional.
Yep. And I don't know which way I lean. The one thing that I can commit to is the current storyline is not possible. That's what I believe.
I believe it too.
I don't know what the real storyline is. I hope we find out. I just know the current one that we're getting from most of the mainstream channels can't be possible.
Being sold.
Yeah. It's interesting still. We're seeing Kohberger being vilified. A lot of the bigger channels still show him in things like Orange, even though he hasn't been in Orange in months in court, to portray this person as being
a criminal.
As being separate from society. So it's really important to just pay attention to those things. But I want your input. I would love your input.
Yeah, for sure.
And to talk about it, chop it up in the comments. So.
And live stream, because we're going to be talking about this on live stream.
No, come join us in the live stream, and we'll chop it up in there. So, come join us.
Off of crime for a minute. We'll get back to some more crime in a minute. But, which I guess this does have some crime in it. But have you heard about the whole Jonah Hill drama?
No.
Okay, so we all know Jonah Hill, funny guy. He was, really chubby, was in Superbad and some other funny movies.
Like one of the funniest movies of all time.
Yeah.
Literally. I've never laughed in a theater like I did with Superbad.
Superbad is so funny.
It is.
But, okay, so he just had a baby last month with Olivia Miller.
Okay.
And he has lost a ton of weight. Like, he looks super good, by the way.
He lost all his baby weight?
Yeah, he looks super good. Here's a picture of him, like, right here.
Oh, man, he's a bear.
He's like a man.
He is. He's a bear.
He's not chunky anymore. Okay.
Making all the cubs holla.
So, just like a few weeks ago, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, Sarah Brady, who's his ex-girlfriend, they dated from 2021, 2022, released text messages and started claiming he was an emotionally abusive misogynist. And it was July 7th. July 7th she released them. So yeah, that's
Is this another
a week,
Johnny
that's
Depp?
a week ago, I guess.
Like, is there any weight to it, or is this going to be another Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
I'm going to save my opinion for the end because I kind of want to read through the messages a little bit and really get down to it, okay? Mm-hmm. Like, what's up with this? So I have
And the reason why I said that
here.
is that's just hard to prove.
You're right.
Emotional abuse and misogyny through, like, that's almost like blaming someone for beliefs they have that they don't act out. It's like really hard to point out and prove.
I agree with you. So here, they're all, it looks like, okay, 8:30.
Oh, and he just had a child. Is it jealousy?
Last
jealousy?
month. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, so we're going to, it says 8:30:22. This is, I believe, the earliest date on one of these messages, one of these screenshots. And we'll put pictures up as we're reading it, but it says from Jonah, or no, it's from her. What's tomorrow like for you? You free anytime? And then from him, which it looks like it's probably on another day or a different time, I don't want you to bail on school. That's important. I know I don't need to, but in the spirit of pure respect to our friendship and appreciation for each other, I did want to be transparent. Friendship? I thought they were dating. I did want to be transparent that I did start dating someone recently. I'm sorry if it's painful. It just happened, and I didn't not want to be transparent with you ever as I care about you. August 30th, 2022. So this is the end of their relationship. Is that... Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it sounds like it's already over.
It's already over at this point. And this is, I think, part of why she brought it up, if I'm remembering correctly. She said, thanks for letting me know. Probably best if we don't talk for a while and you figure out where that's headed. And he said, I appreciate and understand that. And now that I'm remembering, she claims that they were sexting and stuff like all before that.
Okay.
And she said something about telling him he should probably let his new girlfriend know, and it's Olivia Miller, who he just had a baby with, and now she's coming out with these allegations against him.
No. I already don't agree with that.
I already don't either.
If you're not dating someone, you can't enforce monogamy. Yeah,
so we're going actually backwards right now, which these are dated and this doesn't seem right. I don't know. I'm confused.
If the dates are all mixed up, that's like cookie cutting to create a story, a picture.
They're all from 2022. Okay, this one's from 2021. Okay, this is the message that that everybody's talking about. It says, this is December 2nd, 2021. This is while they're dating. Plain and simple, and this is from Jonah. If you need surfing with men, boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men, to model, to post pictures of yourself in a bathing suit, to post sexual pictures, friendships with women who are in unstable places and from your wild recent past beyond getting lunch or coffee or something respectful, I am not the right partner for you. If these things bring you to a place of happiness, I support it and there will be no hard feelings. These are my boundaries for romantic partnership. My boundaries with you based on the ways these actions have hurt our trust.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on him saying that?
I think that anybody is allowed to give any personal boundaries. Do those personal boundaries scream to me that he is self-conscious and
insecure?
Yes, but that doesn't make them wrong. He could also be religious. He could also have a red pill type belief, okay? And as long as both adults are consenting adults in a relationship, like, I fight for people's rights even when I wouldn't live them.
And he's
just
being
like,
honest. He's
yes,
being super upfront, transparent, and honest. And I think that is the most important thing. Now, while I think
this isn't misogyny.
These are really stupid, like you can't model, you can't be in a bathing suit on social media. I don't want you friends with unstable women, which I guess I can understand that one a little more. I don't want my partner to have relationships with super unstable people that are affecting their mental health, our relationship. Unstable people bring a lot of issues.
I guess. I don't know. I feel like all people are unstable, and each situation should be handled on a per-situation basis, meaning
absolutely.
You can't try and fix a situation before it happens. That's not possible.
Right.
So, I don't know.
Surfing with men, like, what? That's what. So,
Dude,
by the way,
anybody...
Sarah Brady is her name, and she is a surfer. Like, that's what she does.
So, anybody that has lived by a beach and has surfed, okay, there's specific times that surfers are heaviest out in the waters. Now, in Orange County, there's always surfers out there, but the waves are better at certain times, okay? So, anytime you're out there when there's a whole bunch of surfers out there with the best waves, there's no way not to surf with dudes around.
Absolutely.
It's not possible.
Absolutely.
They're everywhere.
They're
and
everywhere.
Women.
Yeah.
There's more men surfers, but there is a lot of women too. That's not possible.
He also said boundaryless, inappropriate friendships with men. So, and to model. Like, she can't be a model now. Like, so that's what she is. She's like an Instagram model who has surfed her entire life.
Yeah.
She's not a pro surfer,
yep.
But that's what she does.
Like I said, I would never, ever, ever have these kinds of expectations on somebody that I was in a relationship with, but if he needs them to feel okay in his own skin and head, I believe that's okay, as long as you're transparent and upfront. It's up to her to say, whoa, we aren't a good match. This isn't going to work. Can we stay friends?
Yeah, so where I'm coming at this is immediately when I read this, I thought, well, he's insecure, and those are stupid, but in the same respect, he's being super honest and transparent, so that's really important. But in the same respect, all these things he's asking for are things he knew when he signed up for the relationship. She is a model.
How long
she
have they
does
been together?
Surf. They were together a year.
Okay, so let's just
this
let's
is
just
at
go
the
down,
beginning of the relationship.
Let's go down this
it's
hole.
It's 2021.
Okay?
They dated from 2021 to 2022, so it's somewhere near the beginning.
There's a comment at the end of that stating that these things have already affected our trust and relationship. So we don't know if a surfer guy reached out to her on Instagram because he saw her in a bikini on Instagram and said, hey, I would love to surf with you sometime. And she says, oh, this is my normal surf spot between this time. He met up with her there and they had a quickie in the parking lot. Like, we don't know these backstories of what has caused this too.
Okay. But it could also be the fact that he's so insecure that a guy just flirting with her and her not being... Yeah. pushy enough against that, like being like, no, yes. I have a boyfriend, was enough to hurt his trust.
Yes, it could be, but none of those are wrong. That's where I'm going with it. I don't see that as misogyny.
I don't see it. He could be a little bit misogynistic, or he could
This
just be
is not
extremely insecure.
misogynistic.
He could be extremely insecure. I think the issue, like, okay, a man goes to a strip club and tries to hook up with a stripper because he thinks she's hot, and then he can be like, and then he thinks he can be like, well, you can't strip anymore because we're in a relationship now. You can't dress sexy anymore. You can't be anything that you were when I met you because I'm too insecure to handle it.
Okay. So yeah, that's different, and that takes into account like the whole social perception on sex work and all that.
Yeah,
other
but
stuff.
also
this
too.
though, what would make this misogynistic though, is it because there's a lot of people out there in the world that are religious or very conservative that would feel the same exact way, and I fight for those people's rights all the same, even though I would never live them. What would make this misogynistic is if he had these expectations of her and he blatantly didn't follow them himself. Then yes, that is now misogyny. If he doesn't do these things and he says, hey, I need to be in a relationship with these boundaries, okay, in order to be okay in my own head with the person that I'm with, I don't see anything wrong with that. With the relationship having those boundaries.
I see what you're saying. And I get it. And I think, like I said from the beginning, if that's the way he wants to live his life and that's what it is, then that's fine. At least he's being honest and transparent. Now, to go as far as to say he is emotionally abusive for this is a bit of a stretch. And I've seen people come from every side of this. Like, people are totally at war over this. Some people saying he's absolutely emotionally abusive and a misogynist. Other people saying, go Jonah Hill, I'm Team Jonah. And then other people saying, there's kind of problems on both sides. Like, why is she releasing this a month after he just had a baby? Like, what is she trying to gain from this?
It sounds like jealousy to me. But again, I'm not going to... dude, humans... none of us have our shit together emotionally. We are just like emotional baggage at all times. All people are. Okay. That's just kind of how it is,
yeah,
okay?
It's
so
true.
This sounds like a really crappy situation, and I don't see any wrongs here.
Yeah, well, here's some more. We'll just quickly go over the rest. He said, literally just say hello and leave the convo. I love how your therapist thinks I suck. I literally am the best boyfriend on earth. And she says she's making fun of it and has like #1 boyfriend. And then this one says gaslight much.
Wait, he says I'm the best boyfriend?
He says that.
Okay, that's a little
Then
bit
there's another
of misogyny.
one where she says gaslight much, like on the top of it, you'll be seeing it. Because she's making fun of it, and it says, even the person I loved and shared a bed with uses me and can't just be like, yeah, you were super nice. It hurts so badly, but I'm done apologizing. I was so lovely to you. And that's Jonah saying it to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like just an argument.
Yeah.
I guess. This is so drama-y.
It's very drama-y. So here's some more. Jonah saying, I've been there for you as a friend, which I have made very clear, and not only is it not your business, as I only mentioned it to you out of respect and friendship, but I have not been flirting with you or sexting you in any way where it could be inappropriate this time to start dating someone. And if anything, I have felt for you, for your change and tried to be a good and supportive friend as you transition to a scary new environment. And to be crystal clear, I have not flirted or sexted with you in any way, shape, or form in months, and went to say goodbye to you as a super kind gesture that you seem to have appreciated because it was kind. I guess she sent him a picture back right here. That's his name. And she's showing that he is saying right there, no, just holding my hard pee-pee. Okay?
Okay.
So she's proving what he's saying isn't true, and she circles the date that at 7/13/22, which this is the previous month, I'm guessing. So a month ago he sent that to her.
Okay.
which a month later, that doesn't seem inappropriate to me. I could have sexted someone yesterday and then gotten a new relationship the next day and not thought that was inappropriate.
It's just personal opinion.
That sounds jealousy and like kind of weird, to be completely honest, because they were not in a relationship.
Yep. I agree.
So she says...
But here's the thing, just to be clear, too. If you're not in a relationship with someone, you can still sext and hook up with whoever.
Yeah. If you're not in a relationship, it's totally your discretion and your choice.
A relationship is just two consenting adults saying, hey, we're going to be together. Sometimes it's monogamous, sometimes it's not. And?
Yep, exactly. So she says, whatever helps you get through the day, got to focus on mine now, adios. And he said, new side of you, Sarah. I care about you and will always be your friend, as I have been. Yes, we sexted 2 months ago. So he's saying it's 2 months. He said, I have nothing to hide in my life, but I'm still entitled to safety and privacy, just like you or anyone else. I thought you'd understand and honor that. This has really shattered my sense of faith in that you were a human I could trust. I thought we'd always be friends. I've done nothing wrong, and I'm sorry if you're bummed, but this line of texting today has really deeply let me down and broken my trust as a friend. She said, I'm just showing your own text. Can you put yourself in my shoes for a sec? How I might feel gaslit by your behavior and communication. He said, I'm happy to speak on the phone, but no. She accuses him of using therapy talk against her, that he's weaponizing what therapists have said to them I don't know. But she sends him, not that it's really my business, but out of my own personal chicks before something code, if that's headed anywhere other than hookup or fling. I appreciate if you make the woman aware of how you've recently been flirting with me, sexing me, and leaning on me for a partner level emotional support. And he said, I'm sorry. What? And that's this is the text she sent before all of that conversation happened.
Yeah, that's wild. Sorry,
I'm moving backwards here. I was really confused at the order of this, to be honest. But then he talks about how screenshotting their texts is super messed up. Like, he basically, and I'll put it up, you can pause it if you want to read all of it, but it was like a huge violation and breach of his trust, and that he's sorry if she's in pain, that he's moving on, but that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sounds like adults. I don't feel like I'm team either one of them. I see a little bit of pettiness here on both levels. I don't know if what he's saying is emotional abuse. That's the downside of not being able to hear a tone. Because sure, if he's saying this thing super condescending, I guess that could be considered emotional abuse. But that's also not taking into account that we're humans filled with emotion. And sometimes we aren't fair. We are selfish when we're hurt. And that comes with the territory. And that doesn't mean abuse.
Relationships can bring out really bad sides of people, and I think you're getting into really muddy water when you want to start claiming a fight between somebody is emotional abuse. Like,
I agree.
Emotional abuse is something we can't prosecute because it's so hard to define. This is texting. She posted a picture on Instagram saying this is one of the pictures she had to take down when she was with him because he didn't like it.
Okay.
And yeah. She said, reviving a pic I took down by request of a narcissist misogynist.
Yeah, that just is pettiness, in my opinion.
So get this. After all this, like a week or so later, Nikolas came out and made claims that Jonah Hill had essayed her.
Oh, God.
So... yeah.
Is this dogpile? What's the proof? I guess I should ask that before I...
Well, there is no proof besides her personal account. She said, and I'm going to generally go over this. I have the texts here. I'll put them up as I'm talking about each, or the tweets, but I'm not going to read them word for word.
Is Alexa friends with her?
Not that I know of. Now, she is a Disney Channel star. She was on, like, Zoe 101, I think, and something else. So she's in the celebrity world, similar to them. So could they have a connection that we don't know about? Maybe. But as far as I know, no.
Why are celebrities nowadays so uptight? Like, there's this old school Hollywood idea of celebrities that, like, slept around and had orgies and were just, like, living the good life. Like, where did this come from?
Well,
sounds kind of boring to be a celebrity.
She said, after reading Sarah Brady's post, she said when she was 16, she got invited to a house party at Justin Long's house, where he was living with some lame Predator actor from CSI Miami. And then she said he was sleeping, a.k.a. assaulting a minor friend of mine who was also 16 or 17. Anyways, Jonah Hill came over at some point and we're all pretty wasted because, of course, the Predators were feeding us a bunch of alcohol. And she said, why did Justin Long have children at his house late at night? Ew. She said, why are these out of order? Like, I literally put them in.
I don't know.
Okay. Jonah Hill seemed to have eyes on me because at one point I wanted a cig and he said he had one in his car right outside. He didn't seem like too much of an effort. It didn't seem like too much of an effort, so she agreed to go outside with him. And then apparently he took her out there to get them, and then as they were walking back in, she thought it was weird, like he didn't hand her the cigarette, and he pinned her down and started doing things to her. And she ended up pushing him off of her and ran inside. And I have a lot of messages here because there's like messages of her replying to people and arguing with people. But yeah, he slammed her in the door and shoved his tongue down her throat. She pushed him off him and was so appalled and ran away. And then she also accuses him of, like, there's some Punk'd episode where Justin Long is in it and Jonah Hill and Ashton Kutcher's punking them, and she reacts to it online and it's like them setting them up in a situation where they're at a bar with two minor girls and they know that they're minors and they're getting them drunk. And they, like, think it's real, supposedly. And then Ashton Kutcher comes in after the manager finds out and tries to ID them. And they get, like, it seems like they're going to get in trouble. Then he comes out and says it's punked. But it is a little weird that they're, like, so okay with minor girls getting drunk in a bar with them.
How old were they at the time?
You know, I don't know.
Because, to be honest, I guess my issue would start if they... Yeah, I guess it's weird.
It is weird.
It's weird. Okay. It depends on how a girl looks. If they're at the age where you have a concern to the point where you're like, hey, how old are you? You know what I mean? Or did they look older where... It's not my job to go walk around at bars and be like, hey, how old are you? Hey, how old are you? Hey, how old are you? But it is my job to make sure I don't get myself in trouble by doing anything illegal with somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's up to the bar to card the girls, not the people sitting next to them drinking.
No, but if you know that they're a minor, if you are given that information and then you're okay with it.
And they knew it?
They knew.
Because here's the thing, okay? I lived in L.A. and I lived downtown when I was under 21. Everybody has a fake ID,
You're
dude.
You're right. And say I'm at a bar.
And everyone's open about it. It's not even like an underground thing. It's like, of course, I got my fake ID. I have brown hair, and do you need one? Say
you're at a bar, okay, and you know minors are there drinking, but they're adults. Say they're 18, okay, 19, 20, and they have a fake ID. You know they're a minor.
There's nothing you can do.
I wouldn't go out of my way to get them in trouble. Like, to say that they should have been like, hey, minor drinking alcohol. Like, that doesn't, come on. No, I feel like most people are not going to do that. Now, but to continue hanging out with those girls and chatting with them in like a flirty way, that is the weird part for me. That they know they're minors,
under 18.
They're drinking with them.
If they're under 18. If they are 18, it's not weird.
One was 17 and one was 18, I think.
Okay.
In the show. The punked show. If this is even real and not just scripted.
Yeah, if it's even real and not scripted. Because actually I believe 17 and a half is in California the legal age of that stuff. But
so So there are some serious allegations, okay? And she didn't do anything about it until now, where she's coming out with it, and there's also no way to prove this.
To dogpile. Yeah.
There is no way to prove it whatsoever. So I don't want to just off the bat be like, she's lying. I have no idea. She could very well be telling the truth. And I want to believe that she's telling the truth. And maybe... I mean, I do want to believe that, because I don't want to think somebody would lie and try to ruin a man's life.
Oh, dude, come on. It doesn't matter what sex somebody is. People are not always nice, and they're doing bad things for personal reasons because they have their own personal harm in them. That I would rather her be lying than know that people are out there just essaying that like that freely. I could never put myself in a situation like that where I wasn't like very comfortable. The person that I was about to do stuff with wasn't enthusiastically consenting. Okay,
but think about this.
So I would rather lying's easier than
this was a long time ago.
Essay.
Okay, this was quite a while ago. He was much younger. He was probably chubby then, and he might have been kind of socially awkward with women. Think about like
he's wasted. Guys
say he's drunk.
That up front,
say he's true. That's a good point. But say he's really drunk and he's like thinking in his head like, she came out to get a cigarette with me, like just kiss her. Like, I don't know, I feel like some guys get this idea in their head that women want them to be like aggressive, so they'll look for cues and then be like, they think women just want them to be passionate and do something like that, and then it is taken not that way at all. So I'm like, this was many years ago, where things were different in social climates.
Maybe. I guess if he just kissed her, though, is that really
It was just a kiss. It was him kissing her.
Then it's not SA.
He turned around, pushed her down, and kissed her, according to her.
I mean, pushed her down or just stepped in close to her?
I know. It's also a matter of perspective here.
Because that is not how you do a first kiss when you're meeting someone like, mwah, love you.
I know, and if he was trying to SA her, wouldn't he go after not just kiss? Like, wouldn't he go after other things?
Yeah, I don't want to try and sit here and discredit what she's saying. I feel more comfortable trying to figure out what the logical explanation is, because there is two points of view in a situation like that. And she's drunk. Okay?
Her perspective is awful.
I wouldn't even go there. Okay, I think if there's validity here, okay, what I'm thinking is that she felt emotionally crowded. He could have stepped in and tried to make a move on her. She wasn't into it, and it feels like ooh, icky. Get off of me. You know, like, back up, dude. And when she should have took a step back and be like, no, I was asking for a cigarette. This was not an invitation to kiss. I'm sorry if you took it that way. That didn't happen. She ran.
But she was also 16, and he was an adult.
Okay. So.
But did he know that?
Did he know that? Does she look 16, or was she done up like she's ready for a bar or a club? That matters too, okay? And those details can cloud situations like this. He didn't invite
her there either. It's not like he knew her and invited her there.
I know.
He showed up at somebody's house and she was there.
Right.
So would he know?
And just to be clear, I'm not advocating for either side here. I think everybody's side that I've heard so far is a bunch of emotional mumbo jumbo. Not that it's fake.
Oh, not wrong.
Just
but
it's their own perception of a situation, okay? And when somebody feels like they've been done wrong, those perceptions can change. And another good thing to highlight is when you have a traumatic situation, even if it's very minimally traumatic, like very little, okay, just spikes fear a little bit, that can become bigger over time too.
Yeah, and
our memories, every time we remember a memory, it changes.
It can snowball in your mind because it felt traumatic. You can make it more traumatic. Like you could have dreams about it, and it can
alters to match your feelings.
Yep.
Not the other way around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I I don't want to think either of them are bad people without any kind of evidence, like any of the people involved. But I will say one thing that I think is distasteful, but I understand why they do it, is they're like high-fiving each other online, like, go girl boss, like, yeah, get that predator. And I'm like, that's icky, dude.
Yeah,
You're
that's
talking
weird.
about abuse and assault, okay? SA.
Yeah, that's
Like, this
super
is
strange.
this is something that should be not like high five or ruining a guy's life, because that's what it feels like. That's 100% what it feels like.
Yeah. I just
and
hope
I
he
just
didn't
wanna,
do that. I hope people in this are just lying, because lying isn't as bad of a crime, in my opinion, as SA or assault or abuses. So.
And I want to put these up right here. We're kind of running out of time right now on this, but I want to put these up, and you pause and read them. These Sarah Brady just posted these today, talking about, like, you know, afterthoughts of, like, in responses to things people are saying. And you just let us know what you think about them. Because I don't know. I feel like she's kind of a scorned ex, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think it led to somebody else hopping on the train. And whether it's valid or not, I don't know. But I want to know what you think about it. And I hope everyone involved can find some peace, because it does feel very heated and emotional.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It does. Absolutely. All right, so imagine this one, okay? So on June 13th, this girl who is actually being raised by her grandmother, and I don't have much more backstory than that because everyone's being kind of tight-lipped, which once you hear the situation, you'll understand why. This girl is known for running away, okay? So multiple times in the past she's ran away. Her mother is not raising her, which I'll go deeper into that later. But her grandmother's raising her, okay, and she's close with one of her aunts at least, and she runs away on June 13th. She's reported by the sheriffs as a runaway on June 13th, okay? I think she actually went on June 12th. So they had, a lookout for this girl since June 13th. Now, fast track here, on June 28th, on Camp Pendleton in San Diego, near Oceanside, or what everyone knows of that area, a girl was found walking around outside of the barracks, the military barracks, okay?
Okay.
So the military police then stepped in, moved this girl to a different area, and started questioning her. We have no idea what happened between that questioning or whatever, but NCIS got involved, which is the legal team or lawyers of the military, and they returned her to her family and her grandmother. They then arrested a military guy, a Marine, and began questioning him, okay, because she was underage. During the questioning, they had got some information from him or whatever, and because of all the questioning, they actually let this guy go, okay? So she's back with her mom, or she's back with her grandma and family. He's let go, and there is an intermediary between NCIS and the family with the sheriff's department. There's a person who kind of works in between them because that girl wasn't military or whatever. And the aunt pops up on social media, on TikTok, making these videos saying that, hey, my niece is only 14 years old. She was one day at the house and then all of a sudden missing, basically saying that she was abducted from the home. She was sex trafficked to this military person or Marine, where she was sold for money and brought to their room and then pimped out to other people. Very, very, very serious allegations here. Okay?
Yeah.
So,
Very.
the internet went wild with this story. So many people covered this. Like, look at the monster the U.S. military is covering up for, because they let him go. They let him go. You know what I mean? And so there's more research done into this. It didn't seem like things were adding up, right? Because remember where they picked her up from. They picked her up from outside of the barracks. And one of the reasons why this story stood out to me, Marines party hard, okay? And I grew up in Southern California, and I had friends that were in the Marines, and I have more nights than I could ever count on the San Diego base in Camp Pendleton, specifically in the barracks area of Camp Pendleton, okay? So when I hear this, the first thing I think is, wow, how would they bring essentially a kidnapped, trafficked girl into the barracks, dude? Okay, if I can paint a mental image here. So military bases are not all over lighted. There's a lot of dark spots. The front gate's very lighted for Camp Pendleton. There's this big road down towards the barracks, and like training areas are to the left, and the store's kind of to the left, and the bar and all that other stuff they have. And then the barracks are semi to the right, and then there's more training on the far right. But once you enter the front gate, it's kind of dark once you get down to the same level as the barracks. It is so bright. There are so many lights. I remember the first time that I went there, I got out of the car and I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like it is so bright, way brighter than normal. And what's the reason for that?
So they can't be up to no good?
So they can't be up to no good. You're dealing with brand new military people, okay? The barracks are not for career military people. I don't even know if people understand that. These are for fresh military guys, or guys that are going in between. Young, yes.
Guys,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this is barrack life. Let me explain barrack life to you.
It's like college.
Worse, okay? So the barracks get walked through every day.
Yep.
There is a leader at the barracks, like a sergeant of the squad that has to walk through there, and then their actual drill sergeant does random walkthroughs too, and holds that person accountable if they don't hold their peers accountable, okay? So what I'm getting at is there is a ton of traffic there. It's really lit. Some of them are 2 stories tall, some of them are 3 stories tall, and it is always as bright as day.
And there's eyes on it regularly.
There are cameras and eyes everywhere. So my first thought is, how the hell did they get this girl in there? Like,
how did they party so hard in there?
Because all military personnel are okay with partying. They work there's this lifestyle. You work hard, you play hard.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything wrong with that. You know,
No.
People get to live their own life, but
Yeah.
they let them party as long as your stuff is on par, okay?
Yeah.
As long as your boots are in your boot spot, everything's picked up, your bed's made, you look in formation, you're doing what you got to do, no one will say anything, even if you're drinking every day. Like, they don't care as long as you're doing your job. But my first thought is, like, how did this even happen? Now, I've been snuck into barracks before because nobody's supposed to be able to go in there, but everybody goes in there, okay? So I've been snuck into barracks before. I even hid in one of their lockers while they were doing a walkthrough, okay? And there's these little, 18-inch, they look like full-size school lockers that you can open up, and it has their dress shirts, like their dress uniform in there and everything, and I just stood in there while they were doing the walkthrough, and all alcohol and stuff around me, but It's just not possible. I was seeing holes right away in all of this, okay? But there wasn't a lot of information when it first came out, so I didn't have much to go on.
Maybe she was hid in a locker.
Well, remember, she was found outside of the building, walking around.
Yeah.
So finally, we get an update like 3 days ago, okay? Mm-hmm. And here, I'll pull it up directly. Okay. So, this is the story that is coming out now about what happened. And if you guys remember, this girl has a history of running away, okay?
Yep.
I'm not going to be the one that's going to jump out on a stretch and say this is a troubled girl, but a child, a minor that runs away constantly is signs of them being troubled. I'm not saying she is, but it's a sign of
let's be real, it's a huge red flag.
Yeah, it is, okay? But that doesn't mean runaways can't be sex trafficked too. I understand that. And like sex trafficking, we've covered multiple times, and it's a very important topic that doesn't get enough light on it. So like I understand the severity of talking about that.
Traffickers target people that have a vulnerability though.
Correct. Yep, absolutely.
So it's what it is.
In this whole time, as we're finding this out, and I'll get into the opposite side here of the story, but the aunt comes out with another video, literally threatening the military directly. And she says, I'm talking with my lawyers right now, and we're running it by them, but I have the name, I have the phone number, I have all this information from the military investigator, and if the military doesn't come out and start getting honest about what actually happened to my niece, I'm going to release all of this. Yeah. And I'll put a picture up of the aunt and everything.
How is the investigator like a secret?
Military personnel. There's a reason why the military personnel isn't
She's
going to that
gonna release
family.
their name to get hate.
There's an intermediary that the sheriff talks to NCIS.
Yep.
So NCIS talks to the sheriff who talks to the family. Yep. NCIS doesn't work directly with the family. But
because they're civilians.
The military offered to pay for counseling and things like that for the girl, even before any of this was found out. Okay, so finally we get a little bit of insight here, which I'm at a loss if the aunt really believes this, and this is what the girl is saying happened, or what. I haven't figured this out yet, but that seems really extreme. Okay, and she goes on to say that it's a huge military conspiracy that they're covering up for this guy, and that is such a small thought, because if you have ever been on a military base, you know how many people are involved. There are multiple people at the front gate that would have to be involved in this. There are tons of people, probably the whole group knew that this guy had a girl there, okay? All them would have to be involved in it. The sergeants would have to be involved in it. The military police officers, the MPs would be involved in it. NCIS would be involved in it.
So
their leaders would have to be involved in this conspiracy that the aunt is saying is a cover-up and conspiracy. That's just not very likely.
So has there been a statement by...
Yep, just wait.
Okay.
I'm getting to that point, okay? I'm just trying to lay out what we're hearing originally. Now, for the military side of things, okay, when this guy got arrested, he was picked up by NCIS. There was a picture of him in cuffs. This was an underage girl, okay? It makes sense why he's in cuffs.
How old was
going
she
there.
again?
14.
Oh, gosh, I thought she was like 16.
Nope, 14 years old, okay? So he goes and gets interviewed by them. We find out later he was forthcoming about everything. Answered every question, offered NCIS his phone, unlocked it, gave him everything. What they found was this 14-year-old created a profile on Tinder, said she was 22 years old, under a fake name that was not her own. Mm-hmm. They met off the base while they were partying. I haven't been able to come up with that location yet, but they met her there. She was a passenger in the vehicle upon entering the base. So the front gate people saw her. It's not like she was in a trunk or tied up or something like that. It was 2 military guys and her. They went down to the base, went into the barracks. The roommate and him talked with the girl. They were just hanging out in the barracks, drinking, whatever. The roommate ended up leaving. They had, did the deed or whatever, and they woke up in the morning. He had to go out to do his duty or whatever, and she stayed in there. The roommate came back and kicked her out and was like, why are you still here? You can't be here anymore. Assuming it's like a one-night stand. Kicks her out, tells her she's got to go. She borrows a phone from another military guy to call the original dude. That dude lets her back in and then goes and continues his field work. She chooses to leave the room, and that's when she gets picked up.
And he had no idea how old she was the whole time.
It doesn't say that, but it doesn't sound like it. They were able to verify the Tinder profile. They were able to verify the fake name, the picture matching, the pickup. They were able to verify all of that. And
14 is so young.
If he knew that, would they have been like, yeah, just stay in here and stay hidden? Like, you know what I mean? I don't think that's what would have happened. The roommate kicked her out.
I don't buy the trafficking thing, but the fact that he didn't have any inkling that she was younger than she was saying.
You're asking people to read minds.
Dude, 14?
You're asking someone to read minds.
Are we going to say, oh, they were prepubescent but claimed they were like 22, so...
I don't know. I know that there's tons of girls out there, even at that age, that are able to look older.
Not tons. That is the exception.
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, when a girl wants to look older, even at 14, she can.
Not like an adult.
I don't agree.
I don't think so.
I don't agree. I think
when you are an adult, like when you're a kid,
what's
you
funny
think
is
that.
The information
when you're
is
young,
there.
you think that. Like when I was a teenager, I thought I looked like an adult.
No, I've been in my 20s and saw it.
And then as an adult, when I look at those people, I know they're little kids.
How many large raves have you been to?
Oh, quite a few.
Like large?
Yeah.
Okay,
large.
Then you wouldn't think that.
Yeah,
it's not
I do
possible.
Think that. Well, I don't meet every single person at a rave. Nobody does.
I've partied with girls who are 14 and been like, whoa, what? When I found out, I had no clue. None whatsoever. Zero.
Okay, well, maybe it's different in different parts of the country, but...
I just don't think that is I think it's very possible. You have no idea how old a girl is when she has her face on. A full face of makeup. None. She can be 40 and you can guess 30. She could be 18 and you can guess 30.
Okay, there's a huge difference between 18 and 14. The development.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It might depend on the girl, but for sure.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. We're expecting people to read minds when you have someone being like, no, I'm 22. What the hell? You want guys to walk around being offensive? Ha, yeah, you're 22. Yeah, peace.
Yeah, but you also don't think people should verify it all?
No.
Like when they, I know as a dude, I think I would if I hear things like this, which every dude hears things like this about somebody hooking up with a minor by accident.
You're automatically calling them a liar.
No, but would you not be like, I mean, I guess it's a little weird to be like, can I see your ID?
Yeah, it's super weird.
But I don't know. I just would want to be safe if I think there's a chance.
I mean, I don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, but if I even think there's a chance, I'm probably not going to hook up with that person.
I don't know. I think this completely puts him in the clear. This Tinder profile was made before they even met. They were only together for 24 hours, okay?
And that's so messed up. Why are you 14 trying to hook up with, adult men like that?
Why
is that a thing?
That is super common. Because,
I know, but why is it a thing?
People in their teens want to be older. They want to experience that life.
Yeah, that's why the earnest is on the adult.
And the thing is,
pay
this guy
attention.
could have been 18, which makes it less weird than thinking like a fully
True.
grown adult male that's 30 years old that has a frontal lobe formed. Like, that's much different than an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't know how old this guy is. They haven't released anything.
Yeah.
Anything. I just know that we're putting like unrealistic expectation on these guys, because if anyone's watching and believes in your late teens that you would have been okay going on a date with somebody and then being like, that's funny, really, show me your ID, otherwise I'm out of here. No. What?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Hell no.
No.
You're not even comfortable probably showing the person your home address that's on the ID. I feel more safe hooking up with someone than showing them my personal information.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that there's a major problem.
Yeah.
The only thing that I see the problem here is like the front gate guys.
Because they didn't check her ID. They're supposed to.
They're supposed to check her ID, and you're supposed to get
Unless
a
she
visitor
had a
pass.
fake ID.
And correct. Unless she had a fake ID, which she was on Tinder saying she was 22. So
Tinder has a thing now where you verify using your ID.
yeah, I know. So the front gate guys should have been giving her a visitor pass, and I think depending on what time she got there's visiting hours where non-personnel can't be there too.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
I don't know those details. All I'm sure about is that hundreds of military guys aren't involved in a conspiracy to traffic people into the barracks, one of the busiest foot traffic places in all of the military base, for a girl. I just don't see that happening. And I think this is a good story to follow up with that one, because I don't know why we're still at a point where we're so quick to jump without information. We convict people in our minds before we know anything. Okay, this girl wasn't coming out giving the story. This was an aunt who came out and said, this is what happened.
And the girl could have just said that to, like, get herself out of trouble.
If she said that. We don't know if that was even said.
If she said it. And if she did, it could have been like, it could have been something she saw on the news and was like, oh, I'm going to say that so I don't get in trouble.
We have such little faith that, like, this guy was picked up, arrested, and questioned by NCIS. They got his phone. They got everything. And they let him go. And we're like, yeah, that's just a conspiracy. Like, whoa, that's crazy to me.
Yeah,
that's
but
crazy
if they
to me.
investigated him...
To the point people are putting videos up online saying, U.S. military hiding, hiding people, whatever. Like,
okay,
ugh.
So when they convict statutory R-word...
That's not what was going on.
Okay, no, when they do...
It was S.
Hold on. When they do they look at the fact if the person knew or not?
Absolutely.
And if they didn't know, can they be convicted?
So one, you can't be convicted of that in California. From my understanding, things could have changed since I moved there. You can't be convicted of that unless the victim's family is the adult, the person over that child is the one doing it. And they take into account the details of the situation, absolutely. And usually what they do is charge the victim with some sort of crime for trying to push that when they were the one breaking the law. With a fake ID, impersonating, whatever. Like, because if you have an ID in California and it's a real person's ID, you don't only get a ticket for a fake ID, you also get a charge for impersonating somebody.
Okay.
So,
or like stealing identity or something like that.
I don't know if I've ever heard identity theft,
fraud or theft.
I don't know if I've ever heard that, but I have heard of like impersonating or whatever.
Impersonating. That sounds like a lesser charge for identity theft.
Maybe. I don't know. But
impersonation just sounds like less serious than like straight up like stealing someone's identity.
Yeah.
Impersonating is like you borrowed it. It almost sounds like to me. Just like in my own head.
No, I think impersonating is fraud. You're impersonating
but it sounds,
somebody's
you're saying
likeness.
impersonating as opposed to saying identity theft.
Yeah.
So why is there that distinction?
Okay, well,
is what I'm getting at.
There's a lot of times where it's not identity theft. In order to prove identity theft, you have to get the person involved that is part of that ID.
Yeah.
They might not want to charge that person because they willingly gave it to them.
Okay.
So I just think as a police officer, an easier charge is to not include another party of people. So. And I've never heard of identity theft in that situation. So. But yeah, I thought it was interesting, and I think that it's really interesting for people to look into why they're so quick to jump on stuff like this. I feel like to jump on sex trafficking when NCIS picked him up and investigated him and then let him go, that seems like the least likely outcome to me than there being a more reasonable one.
Or what if they cleared him because they didn't understand some kind of like code? Like it looked like completely normal stuff.
What?
Like, hey, bro, let's go get beers. Did you hear about that one beer? It's like this or that, like code language.
They picked her up on Tinder.
Yeah, I know.
So what code?
I don't know. Why is it? If they picked her up on Tinder, where does the human trafficking come from at all? But her aunt, like, where's the validity to that?
There isn't any. So that's why I'm saying, how are all these content creators jumping on board to throw this out there?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. There is no code.
I was just posing another possibility
talked directly to him.
that how they could clear somebody and be unknowing. I don't think it can even be a conspiracy.
No, I don't
because
either.
I don't think if they saw evidence of human trafficking and knew it, they would just be like, oh, well.
Yeah. There's too many people involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're not talking about a small town sheriff's department where they're all backwards cousins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
agree. I'd love to know what you guys think, though, and I will include the links on this. But yeah, I don't think there's real things like that, like code for. I think that sounds like movie shit.
Dude, I've done drugs. Like, I know people use codes for things. I've used codes with people.
I never have. I come from like Drug Central.
Well.
We're just straight up. Like,
well, that's
because
the population is so high. When you have a smaller town, they look for smaller fish. They look for the petty drug addicts. Because they can't catch the big ones.
Yeah, maybe.
They totally do. I know it.
Maybe. Yep. I didn't grow up in, the middle of America, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I never had to deal with codes, handoffs, anything like that. It was, hey, you got no, never. Hey, you got this? Yeah, come over to my house.
Yeah. People didn't operate that way because they were paranoid. They were like, are you going to tell on me because this person just got caught? Oh, this person just got picked up the other day. I think they're a snitch because they got let out right away. Like,
I've never met anyone that's caught a charge around me ever.
It's different of area because yes, when I lived in California and was doing things with other people, nobody talked like that. But in that tiny little town where people like were paranoid and constantly getting busted for dumb shit, like that wouldn't get busted anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
Like they were paranoid.
Yeah, interesting.
So, just saying. But yeah.
Yeah, let us know what you think about it.
I don't even want to think
if
about
there's
that
enough
time in my life.
evidence of if there's enough evidence for him to be completely exonerated, or if you think it's a military cover-up. Do you think it's possible all these military people are involved? And do you think they're just making up the Tinder profile? Or do you think it's more likely that she is maybe a troubled teenager that is looking for some kind of other life than what she has at home?
I think that's the more likely scenario.
Let us know.
Yep. Moving on to something that blew my mind. And I was like, what the hell is going on here? So I first heard about it because Dateline is put out like a special on this guy. I didn't watch it, but I saw lots of like stuff coming through media and stuff about it.
Yeah.
And I also saw a Christina Randall video, which I like her. I don't always agree with her, but I like her content, and I think it's generally really informative.
Y'all are my babies.
But I saw her video on it, and I was like, I gotta tell Brendan about this. This is ridiculous. And this guy's disgusting. Like, let's just be real. He is a disgusting predator. Oh. So this is about, which he has many names, okay?
Oh, that's
Nikolas Alahverdian,
Okay.
I guess is how it's pronounced. Alahverdian, I think that's what it is. Also Nikolas Rossi, also Arthur Knight, and other aliases. But
why?
so, yeah, we'll get into that. So December 2021, Arthur, as he's going by, Arthur Knight, goes to a hospital in Scotland for COVID and gets put on a ventilator. He's really sick. The nurses see these tattoos, which I'll show you.
What was the date?
December 21.
Okay.
They see these tattoos and they recognize them because of stuff they saw on the news about a fugitive from the U.S. that people were looking for, the authorities were looking for. And they're like, gosh, those really look like those tattoos. And so they call the police. And then the police come and look and they're like, well, not only does he have those tattoos and they look identical, but he also has a scar above his eyebrow that is identical to the other guy. And they fingerprint him and determine his fingerprints are a match for Nikolas Rossi or Alahverdian or whatever.
So he's that guy.
So he is him, okay? He will literally, it seems like he's literally going to deny it to his death that he is not him.
I mean, if he's connected to some major crimes, then duh.
Exactly.
Would we expect anything less?
So here's the thing. Apparently, Nikolas Alahverdian died a year before. According to records.
Which is Nikolas Rossi?
Which is Nikolas Rossi, which is Arthur Knight.
Then why are they looking for him still?
So, they're not. He showed up at a hospital and they recognized the tattoos and the nurses just so happened to recognize them and then find out that he matches everything.
Were they
so
like true crime junkies?
Maybe he's not actually dead. And there were a lot of people in his life that knew him that believed he faked his death.
No.
But the FBI had been investigating him for fraud, and there was also another case of R-word that was being investigated.
Ugh.
So, anyway, fingerprints match, and he is arrested that day at Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow, Scotland, in connection to a case, a R-word case, in Utah from 2008.
Good.
And this comes because they were doing a backlog of SA kits, the kits they use, and they found that one matched his DNA.
Good.
So, apparently, and according to him in his interviews with Dateline, he was just shocked. Like, couldn't believe it. you know, he's bound and determined to say it is not him. And Miranda Knight is his wife. And she's like 100% on board with him about all of it.
About him not being him?
Yep.
What?
Yeah. He even made claims saying that somebody gave him those tattoos under anesthesia to frame him.
What?
It's so ridiculous.
They just have like rolling hospitals that can very easily grab you up and put you under anesthesia.
Yeah, right?
Why would they do that when the real guy's dead?
Why would a hospital allow a tattoo artist to come in and just start tattooing a patient under anesthesia? Like, that is we're talking about the Camp Pendleton conspiracy. This is an insane conspiracy to say a hospital colluded with God knows who to get a tattoo artist to come in and tattoo you under anesthesia. What?
Yeah.
And what, are the cops in on it with the fingerprints?
That's gnarly.
Like, these are multiple international governments and hospitals and stuff, and you're saying they're all in on it? To catch some guy who supposedly died? Like, if he's dead, he's dead. They're not going to keep looking for somebody who's dead. You just popped up and they realized, oh shit, this guy's not dead.
Yeah.
And I want to play part of the interview because it's so ridiculous, but I'll do that in a minute after we talk a little bit of his backstory. So, he was troubled, okay? He was very troubled. His dad was a total deadbeat, didn't work. His mom was just trying her best to make things work, literally like waitressing and stuff, and raising 2 kids off of like a waitress salary while he was just a drunk deadbeat. And eventually she got up the nerve to leave him, and then she filed a restraining order against him because she said he would come after her, and she remarried a guy whose last name was Rossi, which is where Rossi comes from, because that guy adopted the kids, and she was pregnant when she left. So now there's 3 kids. He adopts all of them and takes them all in and is like a freaking Superman, like amazing dude. But he said Nikolas was trouble from the beginning. Like, spawn of Satan, terrible child. Like, awful in school, would beat on his mom and his grandmother, like, super, super bad. Jeez. And he tried his best, but Nikolas didn't get better, and he ended up being institutionalized and diagnosed at the age of, I think it was it 12? Yeah, 12, with narcissistic personality disorder. That's almost unheard of for a 12-year-old to get diagnosed with something like that.
Yeah. I can't
That's crazy.
Remember any time I can think of that being in the past.
No. And he ended up bouncing around in foster care and different group homes and facilities. And he ended up coming out saying that he suffered abuse at every single one. Every single group home, foster family, any place he went to, every single one he was abused. And get this, at the age of 14, he was hired as a legislative page in the Rhode Island House of Representatives and was literally rubbing elbows with politicians at 14 years old.
Jeez. That
anyway,
sounds crazy.
He tells these politicians his sob story, okay? That he was being abused, and he said he got little help, but there was a guy named Bryan who felt really bad for him, and apparently Nick was like begging him to adopt him. And Bryan actually like bought it and was like, yeah, I'm going to try to adopt him. Well, the judge ended up pulling him aside and was like, no, don't. Like, I do not recommend you adopt this kid. Pulled out a file and somehow, and I don't know how, but in this file somehow proved that Nikolas was self-inflicting wounds and that all of this was fake. Which it doesn't really make sense that he was abused in every single situation ever.
Yeah.
So maybe. Now, do I doubt abuse in the system? No. I think it totally happens every day.
Oh, yeah.
But
we've seen cases. Yep.
Yeah. But for it to happen in every single group home, institution, foster home, that's a hell of a stretch. Like, that's not even possible. So,
I agree.
I don't know how exactly he proved this, but Bryan was like, okay, yeah, I won't adopt him then. So he goes on to become an adult. He ends up going to college and meeting this woman, and in 2008 they meet up for lunch, and he offers to walk her back to class and walks her through some basement at the college, and then pins her down and pleasures himself on top of her. And when he's almost done, he tells her to stop being a bee, and he's almost done. And then later waits for her outside of class, because she like ran away after that to class, went to her next class. He was waiting outside and apologized and said he just couldn't help himself. She was so beautiful, and don't tell anybody. But she ended up getting a kit done, and that's the kit that later was backlogged and later discovered that she was telling the truth. She went to the authorities anyway. No, I think this is a separate one, because he was convicted of this one. I'm sorry, I'm mixing them up. She went to the authorities, and he was convicted of this.
Good.
And he was supposed to register as a sex offender every year for 15 years, which is so weird to me. Why only for 15 years? Why not for the rest of his life?
I don't know.
But every year he was supposed to register. He ended up failing to do that, and I believe there's another one where he assaulted somebody, and that's the one that got backlogged. But he ended up trying to get back into college. Like, he moved and tried to get back into college and couldn't, and because he was an offender, and ended up trying to come up with a support group for incels.
Like, for real?
For real. Like, in real life before incel was a thing.
No way.
But see, the thing is that he didn't have a problem getting laid and getting women. He had a problem once he got the woman, keeping the woman, because he got married multiple times, and every single time the woman divorced him and put a restraining order against him.
So he's a scary dude.
Multiple marriages.
Scary dude.
And a roommate did the same thing. He lived with a roommate for a while, and they said that he stole their checks and was cashing them and refused to leave their house when they tried to kick him out, and they left and put a restraining order on him.
Gosh.
So we have
wild,
violent, fraudulent con artist type pattern, okay? And he ends up moving overseas and finds out the FBI was investigating him on fraud. And that's when, this whole thing, he marries, supposedly, this is allegedly when he marries Miranda Knight. And they move to Glasgow. And then he starts putting out to media sources that he has non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like, himself is going to media sources and saying, I have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
What?
Yeah. And then shortly thereafter dies, apparently, and his wife, who is remaining anonymous to media sources, will not reveal her identity, says he's dead, and they put out an obituary. And this is crazy. This obituary, I've never seen an obituary like this ever in my life. But this is why a lot of people close to him believed he faked his death from the beginning. They interviewed people at a bar he used to frequent, his foster mom, and all of them were like, he faked his death. And we knew it from the obituary.
So he didn't ever use, a body for them to find?
No. This is all him putting stuff out to the media.
Got it.
His wife, anonymous wife, said that they cremated him and spread his ashes out over the ocean. But she wouldn't reveal her identity. Or any proof.
Oh my gosh.
So, this is what it says, and we'll put up a picture. Nikolas Alahverdian's battle for his life ended February 29th, 2020. The children and families in the care of the Rhode Island Department of Children, Youth, and Families, for whom he inspired and led through turbulent government transgressions, have lost a warrior that fought on the front lines for 2 decades. Which is something to be said. He did try to fight for children in DCFS and stuff. Like, he filed lawsuits. I think he even won one of them. Many others he lost. But he did fight. But he claims he made some organization that they're now saying that he claims he later left. They're now saying that that's a new organization. There's no way he could have made it because the date is after the date he says he made it.
Huh.
So it doesn't make any sense. So, like, we're dealing with a con artist.
Did he make it and then it just became official later, though?
I don't know.
They got their government approval.
See,
it's like a non-tax.
This has so much to it. Go look it up and start reading on it yourself. There's so much to it. Like, so much. Like, I feel like I don't have enough time to get to every detail because this dude has done so much. He's done so much.
It's crazy.
And he's got multiple identities.
Yeah.
So then it's super grandiose, this obituary, and it's kind of long, so I'm not going to read all of it, but I'll try to pick out the funny parts. Mr. Alahverdian died 2 months after going public with his diagnosis of non-Hodgkin lymphoma.
2 months?
He was in his 32nd year. At the bedside were Miss Alahverdian, their 2 children, and extended family.
2 children?
I don't know where the children are. I don't know if these children even exist. Like, I don't even know, to be honest. Mr. Alahverdian was a devout Catholic. In keeping with Mr. Alahverdian's wishes, his earthly remains were cremated with his ashes scattered at sea. Statesmen in the House of Representatives and Senate...
Catholics don't let themselves be cremated.
They don't?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, because that goes against their beliefs, doesn't it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure cremation...
Their bodies are supposed to be preserved.
I think so. Yeah.
So, statesmen in the House of Representatives and Senate joined the mayors across Rhode Island in homage to a man whom they acknowledge as one of the most vocal, outspoken, and constructive advocates for reforming DCYF and the child care system. He was beloved as a community leader whose selflessness and lifelong contributions to the residents of the state of Rhode Island have earned him the unwavering admiration and respect of many. So, hold on a second. Here, he spent 20 years in the house.
Mr. Alahverdian was a painter, author.
Yeah.
What?
Ornithologist or something like that, political scientist, sociologist, accomplished orator, and child welfare advocate.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but there's a really funny part that I heard Christina read off, and I was like, what? So, Mr. Bryan leaves many friends, ranging from the world of politics to music to business and beyond. The family think with the utmost... Oh, wait, where's the part where they talk about at his bedside? That he was
Did it
playing...
say he was really close with Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what it said? One of his favorite political people was Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but that would be super funny. Oh my gosh. He again did the unthinkable and was admitted to and became an alum of Harvard University.
What?
The most peaceful and intellectually invigorating 4 years of his life, aside from the past 4 years with his young, loving family, including his beloved wife and cherished children. What? Is there even any history of him going to Harvard? What are they talking about? What? Do you see anything about the bedside? Because I can't... No. I don't see it. And respect of many...
No, I don't.
Wait.
What was it, though?
It said that they were playing something from, like, a movie. Like, while he was dying, there was, like, this music from one of his favorite films playing. And at his bedside were, like, his family and kids and stuff. At the bedside were their 2 children. He was a devout Catholic, scattered at sea, one of the most vocal, beloved community leader, unwavering respect of many. I don't see that. It said that they had a moment of silence in memory of him in the House of Representatives.
What?
I don't know. Maybe I'm missing
in the House of Representatives?
It'll be up here so that you can see it and read it yourself. I don't know why. Oh, right here. Is this it? No, that's not it.
Okay.
Okay,
well.
I'm tripping. I don't know. I can't find it. Which is really weird to me. Because it says right here at the bedside were his children and his... Yeah, and it talks about the Catholic. Like, I remember all that.
Not important. So where's this going?
Not that important. But you see how grandiose it is. And everyone immediately is like, something's up with that. Like, he totally faked his death. You know?
Yeah.
So, apparently, she won't provide a death certificate, the anonymous wife. They spread his ashes. He's gone. There's nothing that can be done. And then he pops up at this hospital.
I mean...
And it's him. Like, it's obviously him. A judge has already said, dude, it's you. Okay? We know it's you. Like, your fingerprints match. It is you. And he is awaiting extradition for trial on our word. A friend came out about him when he changed Arthur Knight, saying that when he was Arthur, he had an English accent, blonde hair, and a mustache. And he's been missing court hearings.
He had blonde hair and a mustache?
Yeah, he's been missing court hearings because he's in a wheelchair. And he's saying he's so sick that, like, he can't make it. And a doctor has already testified in court that there's no medical necessity for him to be in a wheelchair.
What?
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Now I want to play the little clip of the interview where he's
just a straight up con man.
He's so...
And he's caught.
Emotional. Like, about all of it. Like, super emotional.
Well, let me see if he really is. Oh, it's this dude with the circle glasses. I have seen this a little bit.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly, exactly.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nikolas Alahverdian?
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nikolas Alahverdian. I do not know how to make this clearer.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh, Andrea, no, that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
He fully stands up, okay? And his wife literally pushes him down. Like, no. And
he totally stands up.
He totally stands up by
all
himself.
The way.
All the way. And she's like, and he's like, see?
Oh my gosh, dude.
What does he think he's selling? Like, that is a narcissist. Like, that 12-year-old diagnosis by a psychologist, they hit the nail on the head with that one.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
That's a narcissist.
Either that or he already knows he's caught, so he's just trying to grab thread. Like, you know?
It is the most absurd thing I've ever seen in my life.
It is, but when's the right time to, like,
it's
okay,
hilarious.
He's committed, like, decades to fraud and being a con man. Like, if you're decades in, are you really expecting this person to give it up? No.
No, I mean, he's even blackmailed politicians, saying that if they don't do what he wants, he's going to tell everyone, or has this proof that they R-worded somebody or did something. Yes. This is a dangerous man who was rubbing elbows at 14 with politicians. And why? He came from a deadbeat poor home. Like, why? What made him so special? I'm so curious about that, because
Nothing. You can just be very, look at Nick, what's his last name? Nick, Fuentes.
He wasn't a 14-year-old working with politicians, was he?
Yes.
Was he?
Yes. When he was under 18, he was already in the media working with politicians. Like, if you're an enthusiastic character, and you're, like, overwhelmingly positive and optimistic and good to be around, like, yeah, people take notice to those types of people. Yes.
I don't know, but I think it's kind of crazy. It just blew my mind, and I have never laughed so hard at, like, a criminal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it was...
He's a very dangerous person, though, and...
I was laughing so hard.
Because when originally I thought the only essay thing that he did was the holding her down and whatever.
That's Weinstein. That's what Weinstein did in many of his assaults.
Yeah. But just that one event decades ago, it made me feel like, well, why is the media putting so much time in this? Like, dude, there's so many other more important things that are on humanity's plate right now. But I didn't realize there was so much other stuff, like blackmailing politicians on top of it, and repeated offenses recently with where he's living now. So this is like over and over and over. There's repetition here and no sign of stopping.
You know what he did to his foster mom? Stole her husband's card, or her husband's identity, basically. Took out 22 credit cards out, and racked up like over $200,000 worth of debt to his foster mom's husband.
Yeah,
so foster
that's crazy. That is crazy. Well,
dude, he's insane. Like, screwed over every single person in his life. Literally manipulated anybody and everybody. It almost makes me wonder if he ever had anyone in his life that he was close to besides this Miranda Knight. Maybe she's his Bonnie to his Clyde.
Maybe.
Because I think that's exactly... I think she's been in it with him since before the faking the death. It's her. Yeah. That is the anonymous wife.
Yeah, it could be. It totally could be. Yep.
Because he moved over there to Bristol in England. They got married and then he moved to Glasgow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like they have to extradite him over here, but they've begun tracking all of this. They've been investigating him for years.
Yeah. Wild.
But do you think that looks like the same dude? Look at that young picture. Do you think that looks like the same guy?
I mean...
in different circumstances?
It sure seems like it. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it. It sure seems like it. But, as a con man... Wait, let me see his beard as a tell. His beard lines usually don't change that much. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's totally him.
Yeah, the way this goes like that. Yeah, I could see it.
So he puts on a fake accent and, like, bottle cap glasses. That's
the
hilarious.
Eyebrow shape is very similar.
Yep.
The only thing with this guy is right here is very prominent on him, and he's so white and pasty there. And he's gained a lot of weight, so there's less definition in his face. Because there, he's a lot thinner than he is here. Here, he's a big boy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So... But honestly, the nose looks a little bit different, but he's also got that thing on his face.
Well, he's
so
at a different
knows?
angle, so...
But the fingerprints match, dude. It's him.
It's him.
But I honestly cannot wait to see more of this. I really want to watch the Dateline special now that I've watched this stuff online, because that's what those interviews come from. And
Yeah.
it's just absurd.
It is so over the top.
And I can't wait till he goes to trial. This is going to be
Yeah.
like a show for the ages, and it's going to be so fun watching him get convicted because
Yeah.
he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let us know what you think about it. Are you going to follow it? Did you laugh?
do you think it's him?
Dude, how can you not think it's him?
Does it look like him? Yeah, I feel like fingerprints are irrefutable evidence, but
I agree.
All right. Last story of the night here, and it is a banger. So have you all heard? I mean, it is literally blowing up. It is all over the place. It is on every single news source, mainstream, littler content creators, YouTube, all the social medias. It is everywhere. They finally, and it is a very interesting story why it took so long. But they finally found the serial killer that is over the Gilgo beach murders. The 4 women that were found on the beach at Long Island.
It was more than 4 women, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that's what he's charged with Actually, he's only charged with 3 right now because they haven't made a solid enough connection for the 4th one yet. They believe he has many more under his belt. And they actually ended up picking up this guy early. He's been under investigation for quite a while. The FBI and all the other investigative services wanted to make sure they had enough evidence before they picked him up, okay?
Yeah. Make sure it sticks,
Make
unlike
sure
Bryan
it
Kohberger.
sticks. Yes. And that is one correlation I wanted to make here with the Bryan Kohberger case, and this is when I read through, okay, because my first thought always is, okay, they got someone. Like, how bad did they really get someone? You know what I mean? Like, show me what the evidence is.
What do you
Is
got?
it enough for me to be bought in on? Okay, so late Thursday, and these were awful killings, you guys. It was like they were bondaged. They had burlap sacks over them, basically like a duck camo type thing over them. They were all done the same way. These women, yeah. It is. These were awful. He's a true, like 1980s style, scary as hell serial killer, repetitive serial killer. He has his way. He has his type. All these women matched a similar build, stature. They were all picked up in the same way. They were all sex workers that were escorts or prostitutes. So all these women were picked up on the same site, even, or sites, a couple different sites by this guy. So let's get into the details, okay? So who is it? Late Thursday night and a rain Friday, so we have more details here. Rex Hewerman, 59 years old, was picked up by police.
He's been at it for a while.
He has been at it for a while. 13 years too long, in my opinion. Okay, he got picked up, like I said, for the 3 counts initially, but they are connecting him to more. There is a total of 16 bodies in that general area.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, in that general area. But authorities have already confirmed that it is more than one killer. So these are not all his. They are not going to connect all of them. You know, serial murderers have a fingerprint to the way that they do things, and
They have like a ritual.
they
that
do.
They do.
And it is same or similar almost every time. There has only been one killer in history that has been random for our knowledge, you know. This guy followed status quo, and he did everything the same over and over and over again. So what let him, he already pleaded not guilty, by the way, on Friday during the arraignment. So what led them to him? So they had all this data already. They had enough to find out who it was for a very long time. And this was a major police failure yet again. And we cover a lot of these stories that the police really mess up investigations on, and I always want to be very clear when I'm talking about it that I'm pro-police. I think police are a very important thing. I think sheriffs are a very important thing. But we got to do better with training. We got to do better with managing crime scenes, okay? I think police have too much on their plate. They shouldn't be managing the streets, managing the public and people, and investigating. We need to split these things up, dude. There should be foot soldier police, the ones that go out there and serve the public directly face to face, talking with people, things like that. Once you get a crime scene, take those guys away. Get them out of there, man, because they are usually the ones that mess these things up, to be fair, okay? Well, initially what caused them to find these bodies was there was a police officer out on the beach training his dog. He was a canine officer, and he came upon one of the bodies, okay? Called it in. They started searching the area, and this area is there isn't a more perfect area to drop a body. This place is filled with thorns. Not even the dogs could get through the brush.
Jeez.
So they went searching and hunting. It took weeks of time, and they ended up finding all these bodies there, okay? They could tell very clearly, okay, these four are identical. The girls look almost identical, okay? And the way that they're tied up, identical. The way that they were ended, identical. Everything was identical. They started looking into it.
So they excavated all these four during that time.
Yep, during that time. Yep, but this time was over like weeks. But yes, it was all during that original investigation. And they started piecing it together, who was done first and second, third, fourth, whatever. And those aren't even the important parts. So who is Rex Heuermann? He is a New York resident and I'm drawing a blank right now, his profession.
Architect.
Yes, architect. He's an architect, okay?
I knew that.
And I knew that too because I actually watched one of his interviews, and it is sketchy, dude. So like there's this company out there that goes and like interviews people that have to do with the housing industry and code and things like that, and they interviewed him, and there's a few questions they ask, okay? And one of the questions they asked this guy, and I see him have a really weird body language twice in this interview, and I feel like I can't say for sure, but I feel like he is remembering the past crimes in these questions that he's being asked. I really do. One of them is, if you were one tool, what tool would you be? And you know what he says?
What?
He would be a hammer. Because sometimes he has to be, and he very specifically says, sometimes I have to be very harsh and blunt in whatever I'm working on or whatever thing I'm working on. And sometimes I have to be, softer with that hammer with whatever thing I am working on. And very strange response. I suggest you guys watch this interview and see if you can find the second area of what I'm talking about.
My last question. If you were a tool or an object to help you to bring your business to greater heights, what would it be?
That's an interesting question.
I know.
Because for what I do, we have to have so many tools in the toolbox.
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. Or an object. It doesn't have to be a tool. It can be an object.
You know what? Yeah. I know.
All right.
One of the things I learned from my father was furniture building.
Okay.
He was an aerospace engineer and built satellites. And
runs in the family, building things.
And built furniture at home. And I still build it in the same exact workshop.
So?
I have one tool that's pretty much used in almost every job. and it's actually a cabinet maker's hammer.
Cabinet maker hammer. Okay.
It is persuasive enough when I need to persuade something.
Not someone.
Something. And it always yields excellent results.
Yeah.
And at the end of the project, whatever piece of furniture or what I'm working on, it always helps it come out beautifully.
Because he asks a question and you see him, I see him start flushing a little bit, and it almost looks like a sense of pride on his face. It was a really weird situation while he's being interviewed for owning his own business, his architecture business, working directly with the city and things like that. So,
yeah, that's so eerie.
it is. It really is. Just watching him talk is eerie, honestly. So, it was crazy. But what caused this to go for so long? Okay, there were eyewitness accounts at the beginning of this, and they identified a vehicle that Rex owned. And they didn't have the license plate or anything like that, but they had the make and model of the vehicle, okay? A blue SUV vehicle. And but while this is all going on, okay, and they're getting firsthand accounts and everything like that, they start having issues in their city. So like the mayor is they start having issues in their police department, and the police commissioner is being swapped out and new ones brought in. He makes a commitment to figure out what's going on with this, but that commissioner is simultaneously being investigated by the FBI for fraud claims. So what he ends up doing to protect himself is he disconnects the FBI from this investigation and says, you know what, we're just going to figure it out local. And he takes away all this manpower, okay? This leads to this thing going 13 extra years of
After
not being
finding the
solved.
bodies?
After finding the bodies. Yep. Well,
That's crazy.
it is crazy. It's so selfish, dude. It is so selfish that this commissioner was being investigated for fraud, but they say, you know what? I don't care about the public. Who cares? There's a killer out there, a serial killer that has killed at least 4 and will kill again. Like, I just need to make sure the FBI isn't in my backyard. That's what I see when I read it. It's
That is
super
exactly
shady.
what it sounds like.
Yep.
Gross.
Well, a new police commissioner comes in, and this police commissioner means business, and they kickstart everything. They bring in as many agencies as they can. They get the FBI brought back in again. The FBI starts interviewing people. They start making connections, and they find out that Rex owns a vehicle or owned a vehicle that matched this description at this time, okay? They started looking into him, and they got a ton of warrants. I think it was like over 100 different warrants to check phones, check locations, to tag his phones, to dig into everything that he owned pretty much, okay? Now, here is the evidence, and I want to put, if you guys watch us and our other videos consistently, keep the Idaho 4 in mind when you hear this level of evidence, okay? So this is what you want to see from a killer. And this guy has 4 bodies on him at least right here.
From an
And then-
investigation.
yeah, from an investigation. An Idaho killer has at least 4 bodies on him if it was only 1, not multiple, okay? So what they found to confirm this, and remember, I think I said this in the beginning, they ended up picking him up early because they started seeing his behaviors escalate, meaning he was looking for another victim. And they said, we felt we needed to pick him up right now for the public's safety. Okay? Now, so here's some of the evidence on what he would do. So his entire life, they believe, at least from their investigation, he would get on websites and harass adult workers. Talk trash to them, put them down, say they were worthless, all this stuff, dude. And he was still doing it up until his arrest. This is what he did on his free time, is harass and put down adult workers. And remember, like, his people that he ended were all sex workers, you know. So through his phones, they have confirmation and proof that they identify. Okay, so what they did is he had a burner phone, okay, and this guy was really careful. So he got all new things except for his weapon of choice every single time he picked somebody up, and he got a new burner phone every single time. But you know what he forgot to think about is he also had his personal phone. Just because he didn't do any of his serial killer stuff on his personal phone, they were able to identify that every time the burner phone was in a location, it was in the same location as his personal phone. So they connected him through that. Oh. The other evidence, and that's great evidence. Like, that's amazing evidence. The other great piece is every time a girl went missing, his wife was out of town.
Yeah, and the children, right? Didn't he have
the
kids?
Children. Yep. Okay, and here's another one. So on the burner phones, they were able to connect the burner phones with the website that connected these 4 women for promoting themselves as escorts or sex workers or things like that. Mm-hmm. Now, they were also able to connect the burner phone with one of his personal email accounts. Like, he logged into one of them at one time from a burner phone, not probably thinking that nobody would know if I deleted all this and got rid of the burner phone or whatever, right? Well, every place that one of the girls went missing, they were able to connect that burner phone and then connect it to being in location of his personal phone. And on a mixture of both of those phones, he was looking up details on this investigation the entire time, nonstop. That's great evidence, too, wanting to stay up on this investigation. When the new police commissioner came in and they brought all the FBI and everybody back, he was tracking it on both phones. They said he had hundreds, if not thousands, of searches. Now, another... That is crazy. Another really great connection to him is he was looking up illegal porn on his devices. So non-consensual type stuff with underage children, red room type stuff, like really scary, gross, like what the heck type stuff.
Yeah.
This evidence is insane. The amount of evidence they have against him. This is insane to me.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Following the crime, proving that he was within the areas that these women went missing, proving that the burner phone was within the same area and tower as his personal phone, proving he was keeping up on the same type of behaviors that was used to end these women in his porn and personal life, proving that his wife was out of town, giving him a gap to be able to do these things. You know what I mean? Like, this is insane. So
it's a lot.
I'm glad they got him off the street here.
And none of it's DNA?
No, they do have DNA. I just wanted to highlight that specifically first because, yes, they did get DNA. So in one of the sacks or bags that are covering one of the women, they found a hair that didn't match anybody. One single hair, okay? Well, as they were investigating him, he threw away a piece of pizza. They were able to get DNA from that pizza and matched it up with that hair. So there's no way that hair could have gotten into the spot that they found it unless you were the one putting that cover over the woman. So yes, there is also DNA evidence on top of it.
And it's a literal hair.
Yeah. We're not talking touch DNA here. We are talking full-blown DNA.
His hair
There's nothing that
is in the burlap sack with a dead body.
Hair's in the burlap sack and the dead body. And not only that, no one can say, well, they pulled a hair out and put it in there. No, that hair shows the age, how old it is. There is no, they pulled out a new hair and put it in there to connect it to him. This hair can be proved the age of it. And if you guys don't know, hair is a DNA dream. So, like, if I went drinking tonight, they would be able to see that I drank at that time on my hair. Then they would
It's like
able
a
to
tree. It's like layers.
It is. Then they would be able to see I didn't have any alcohol for a week, and then I went drinking again, and then I went drinking the next day, then no alcohol for a week. Then I went, like, they can see all that for as long as your hair is there.
Yep.
They can see other chemicals that you've taken, like prescription meds. They can see everything. When we say slam dunk case, this is slam dunk.
Yep.
This is
Yep.
right here.
Yep.
A connection. He doesn't have an alibi. They proved he was in the location these women went missing. They proved that the tools that were used to harm these women were in the same area as him and his personal cell phone. Like,
There's reliable DNA evidence.
motive by having a hatred towards sex workers, a type of woman that aligns on what he's watching, you know, the videos he's watching that correlate with the women that were found, like everything.
Proven history of consuming illegal stuff that is up this kind of alley.
Yeah.
Harassing sex workers, which were his victims. Now, what about the toddler and the man that were found?
So I haven't heard anything on that yet. I also didn't go looking for that yet. I don't know. But you got to remember, like, a serial killer covers their tracks. So when I hear that, the first thing I think is like, ooh, this guy must have gotten away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he has a very specific type of person that he wanted to end. It was a female. It was a certain stature and look and type, and a man doesn't match it.
Since it's
a man with a child.
Since it's 4 females, it almost makes me wonder, is there one of the females that were dumped at the same time as the man and the toddler? Like it was a family?
Yeah. I hear you. I just don't know. But it wasn't a family because they were all sex workers. They were all picked up by ordering them.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
He was ordering services.
Right.
So, and they have proof that, you know, 2 of them went to go meet him, and were never seen again. So, Yep. So I don't think he picked up a family. Could he have? Yes, he could have, but they're focusing heavily on the 4. I think the 4 is a 100% for sure slam dunk. We got you. You're never getting out type situation. So is there more? I would say yes. I don't think that you can kill in this nature and go all these years without doing anything.
Honestly,
I just don't see
I
that.
think that's what makes being a prostitute the most scary, is the social implications of it, of that you have people out there who genuinely hate you.
Yes.
Even if they're not a serial
but
killer, there's people out there that genuinely hate you for what you're doing.
There's people out there that hate people for their race. There's people out there that hate people because they're trans. There's people out there that hate people because they're a mother. Like, there's people out there that just hate, period.
Yeah, but the social implications for a sex worker are across all culture, across all nationalities.
It's not. It's only the U.S.
It is not only the U.S.
It, for the most part, is. Most countries are very open and okay with it.
But you're thinking about places like Germany and Amsterdam. Those are
I'm
not
also
the
thinking
majority.
about places like Indonesia, Australia, India. A lot of these
prostitution
places
is not legal in Australia.
No, but it's not frowned upon in the way that it is here. We are the only country in the entire world that looks so poorly on the adult industry, the human body, and sex.
Are you forgetting about all the Muslim countries?
No, I'm not, because they also are more understanding of that. A lot of the Muslim countries allow men to hook up with other men even. It is not the same. There's a reason why the U.S. for over a decade had the highest teen pregnancy rates, had some of the highest self-abortion rates in the world, because we are freaks when it comes to our own sexual selves and anything to do with that.
Okay, but there's countries in Africa that have reestablished punishable by death for gay.
I understand that.
Is
I'm
a law
talking
in
about
Saudi
the adult
Arabia.
industry. I'm talking about the adult industry. So, when I say India, they just have a thriving adult industry. There's multiple documentaries you can watch on it, and I think yes, the U.S. is the worst.
Okay, but that
I feel comfortable saying
prostitute-
we look at
but
the adult industry as the worst.
Even if they allow a thriving adult industry, those people are not looked at like good people.
I'm saying that we look at them worse. The U.S. is disgusting when it comes to the adult industry.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, but
You were just making the argument that there are other countries out there that could be worse, and
No.
I don't believe that.
no, I'm not saying that could be worse. I'm saying that it's a worldwide problem, not just
I'm not
the
comfortable
US.
saying it's a worldwide problem. Maybe half the world. But like,
That's
you have the Finnish
worldwide.
countries. It's not worldwide. It's half the world. Worldwide is saying the majority of the world. And I'm not going to put these countries down that have worked very hard socially and are very accepting of these things and very comfortable with sexuality and bodies and raise their teens the right way to understand the importance of sex and having sex safe. Like, I'm not willing to group them into that. They are going out of their way to do things the right way and the healthy way. Okay. I'm just not willing to say the whole world has a problem in this.
I didn't say it was worldwide. I was only making the point that it's something that transcends culture. It's something that I think may have more. It's the purity thing. It's like
it's a
the
U.S. problem.
It's like the old thoughts before the female sexual revolution. Like, these are deeply ingrained, traditional, old school ideas that transcend culture and time. Like, they are still a problem in many places in the world. Okay, it's not everywhere, obviously, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
It's a problem. That's why being a sex worker is scary, because you have to worry about, obviously, people that hate you and killers like this, but also not being looked at as like a normal class citizen just because you were a sex worker.
Yeah.
You're looked at
we
as
can
less
just only
than.
talk about the U.S., okay? Because the U.S. is where we need change in these areas. I'm not concerned with the other countries who are governed by different systems and setups. Do I want the whole world to look at this differently? Absolutely.
Okay, but
the only place that we can initiate change in is the country that we're a part of the government.
Agree with you,
Yep.
and you brought up the world. I didn't. I was just saying it transcends culture.
Okay. Yep. I
Like,
got
'cause
you.
you brought up racism and hate in all of the other areas, and I'm just saying, like, the hate for sex workers, and I did mean
There's
America
just a lot of cultures
initially,
out there
but
that are accepting, like Asian cultures.
you brought up cultures that are accepting in different parts of the world, but I mean in America, it transcends black, white. Here, it is something that transcends all of that. Sex workers are lower class citizens. They are not, like, highly regarded in any way.
Yeah, and I think that needs to
That's
change
scary.
because I also just don't. Yes, this could be a dangerous industry, but for people who do it right, it's not. There are girls out there that do it very safe where, they have a secondary person as a check-in for the call and get enough information to know where they're going to be, and then they check in when they get there. I think all of these women were self-managed and posting on sites like a Craigslist, some of the pickup sites and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's super scary when you
don't
don't have, like, safety checks in place, and even then you're going to have men that are, like, weird and scary.
Oh, sure. They're coming to a sex worker for a reason because they don't feel comfortable enough going out to a bar and getting what they need. So, Yeah, I think that sex workers are highly regarded, in my opinion. I think that it's looked at as more like therapy because I don't look at sex as being some weird thing. But I'm just going back to what we were saying here. I'm just glad they were able to find this guy. I wish it didn't take 13 years. I think that is a major fail on the police department's
It's probably because they're prostitutes.
No, I don't think so. It was all that internal stuff that I was explaining.
But they don't care. Yeah, I'm sure that is it. But I'm sure also the fact they're prostitutes didn't help.
Maybe. I'm not sure. That's not talked about in here.
Okay, but if you think about if they were like really important people, there's no way it would take a backseat.
I mean, maybe. There's a lot of crimes out there. There's a ton of crimes out there. It's just too easy to make a blanket statement like that.
Yeah, but sex worker, serial killers, every single one I've ever read about was overlooked for way too long because it wasn't that important.
Yeah,
nobody missed them.
This was in like 2010, though. So this wasn't the 80s, this wasn't the 70s, or even the 90s in some of the stuff we cover. This was 2010. And I don't feel like police work is handled like that anymore. The police have a ton of issues, but they don't, a lot of times they don't care what the victim is because they're held to standards of metrics for close rates now. So the way that we hold our police accountable is very different. So like investigators have to have a certain close rate, things like that.
I get it, but when you have societal views like drug addicts, like for instance the George Floyd thing, everybody wanted to come out after a while and be like, well, he was a drug addict and he did this and that, when it doesn't matter what he was. If he was murdered, it doesn't matter.
Sure.
If this person was murdered, it doesn't matter what they were. If they were a drug addict, a prostitute.
And we handled that right, though. It doesn't matter what society says. We handled that situation right.
Yeah,
those guys were taken up. So I just don't feel like it's fair to say that.
No, but I think
they
those have
screwed
an
up,
impact.
and saying stuff like that can take focus away from the real mess up here. They had a police commissioner that was selfish and afraid of the FBI looking into them, so they screwed this entire thing up by taking away the biggest manpower that they had in this situation. I don't think it had anything to do with sex workers. I don't think that had any play in it whatsoever. It was because they had a police commissioner that was just selfish and scared.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think I covered everything with that. We got sidetracked, so I don't remember where I left off. But, as I was saying in the beginning, that this guy pleaded not guilty. And there's too much evidence here for him not to be guilty. This is a slam dunk case, and they were even going to go a little bit longer to get more evidence on top of him. So it's just open and shut. You know what I mean? Maybe they wouldn't even have to take it to court. He would just plead into life without parole. I don't know, but good on you guys, the police force and task force that had a hand in this most recent time with the new police commissioner. I'm glad you guys were able to connect those dots and do the job and get this guy caught. It was 13 years too late, and you guys were able to bring it in. That's pretty amazing, I think.
It is. Anytime a cold case or something like this gets, figured out, it's great.
It's
wonderful because he was still active.
He was still active, and the longer a case goes without any movement, the harder it is to get movement again.
Yep.
And they were able to do that. And I think that's incredible.
That's a feat.
It is. So, hats off to you, police, that were part of this task force.
I'm just shocked a police commissioner could get the FBI off of a case like that. Usually the feds
FBI's
come in.
federal.
Usually the feds come in though, and they're the boss. Like they just take over. The police don't get an opinion. They don't get a say.
I think that's a TV way of looking at things.
Well, there's obviously some kind of politics and management that goes into it, but I don't know what that is exactly.
The states do have a say. They just value the relationship with other departments. So I think if either side pushed hard enough, that the other would give in. You know what I mean? I think, yes, the feds are looked at like the big dog with a nasty bite, so a lot of times local police will kind of let them go, especially if they are eager to close something, because the FBI has tools that state police just don't have, dude. You're talking a difference of funding of like 100 times what local police would have. You know what I mean? So the tools available are just, even with the Idaho 4 case, they went to the FBI to try and make these DNA connections. You know?
Yeah. And that's why when a kid goes missing, they contact the FBI. Like, they need those resources that are nationwide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, hats off also to that new police commissioner. What was the name here? So I can give them a shout out. I know. Geraldine Hart at the Suffolk County Police Department. So they are the key person that brought the FBI back in.
Is that beach like around New York City?
Mm-hmm.
It is? I never heard of that beach before.
Yep. Long Island.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's it.
But yeah, let me know what you guys think. I want to know how you guys feel about it. Do you, in comparison to the Idaho 4, like, how do you feel about this being a slam dunk case versus Idaho 4? Like, I hear cases like this, and it makes me laugh at the fact that we're being told the Idaho 4 case is a slam dunk case. We don't have placement of Kohberger. We don't have anything related to this. Like, they were able to connect the cell phones and placement in a way that was incredible.
It's just funny because the evidence in this case is actually kind of similar related evidence in the Idaho 4 case, but it's like way weaker evidence. Like, it's like it wants to be that evidence, but it's just not.
It's not, because it's not there.
Like, they have the DNA, they have the cell phone pings, and what was the other one that you mentioned? The photographs of the car.
Yep.
That's super similar, but it's just really shitty evidence compared to this.
Well, they don't have it. They went looking into this guy the way that they did for Kohberger, and they found stuff. Like, do I need to say? If Kohberger was doing these things, they would have found this.
In Kohberger's case, it seems like they're trying to stretch what they did find to fit the narrative, and they shouldn't have to make that big of a stretch.
Kohberger wasn't looking these things up on any of his personal accounts. He doesn't have any DNA. He didn't have any weapons that could be a part of this. There's literally nothing. All we have is that, hey, Kohberger was within 10 miles or more of this residence. And that's insane.
The DNA is sus, but the fact that it's touch DNA and there's a percentage of error there, and it's considered almost like a pseudoscience and isn't considered reliable. Like, when you put all those things into account, and the fact of how touch DNA can be spread, it just, because I feel like that's the one everyone's gonna go to, is the cell phone towers and the DNA are the most important thing.
I mean, it's not, though, because the DNA is not even included in the case.
Yeah, somebody said it was absolutely gonna be included.
It's not included in the case.
Yeah,
it is not.
It
literally says in the legal document, do not include this in the case.
In court.
Yep.
Yeah, in the trial.
So I want to know how you guys feel about it, though. And, where was the flaw here? Was it the police? Was it, who was it? But
you made that assertion. Very clearly.
So, yeah, but I still want to know what people think about it. Open-ended questions are what push a channel forward. It creates open conversation. So if I'm just answering my own questions, then what do we have you here for? But yeah. So that is it for tonight.
Yep.
This is Thought Riot, your favorite crime, culture, and current events show out.
I say just crime and culture. Current events sounds too like high school history class.
I mean, these are current events, so.
True.
But yeah, make sure you guys, if you're still watching now, make sure you get on our streamlabs.com/ThoughtRiotPodcast. You join the Discord, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Spotify. I think that's everything.
I don't know, but our link tree got like hacked. So
I don't think our link tree's on anything.
not anymore because it got hacked.
Yeah, I took that off quite a while ago, I think.
We should
But
probably
yeah.
make a new one though.
Come join us, find us on our live streams, and come talk to us for a while. Bam.
Yeah, if you want to hear more or dive deeper into the Kohberger case especially or anything else, come chat with us on live stream.
Yep. And we will see you there.
Be there, be square.
We are out.
Goodbye.